Chapter 408. Chengwu Hall. Zheng Fang and a middle-aged man in brocade sat opposite each other. Towards the sudden arrival of this person, Zheng Fang's expression was slightly solemn because the person in front of him was not an ordinary person, but from the Central State Prefecture. The other party had a clear identity: Imperial Court Emissary. No servants came to serve tea, and the atmosphere in the hall was solemn. Zheng Fang stroked his beard with one hand, looked at the middle-aged emissary in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "May I know why the esteemed emissary is here?" "This time, I am here on the orders of the Imperial Court to invite Sect Master Qin to help." "Invite Sect Master Qin?" Elder Zheng should know that now that the devil calamity is rampant in the Great Zhao country, the Imperial Court has invited all the strong practitioners in the world to kill the evil spirits and quell the devil calamity. Sect Master Qin once killed the moon-swallowing demon king in Fallen Moon Manor and hundreds of evil spirits in Baiyun Manor. His Majesty has also heard of such a shocking move. Now, in order to deal with the demons in the other prefectures, he specially came to invite Sect Master Qin to help. Wu Lang did not beat around the bush, nor did he have the arrogance of an Imperial Court emissary. He just cupped his hands and said. But in his words, there was also some implicit flattery towards Qin Shujian. Zheng Fang also understood some of Wu Lang's words. Compared to the calm situation in the Baiyun prefecture, the other prefectures were in chaos. But, after a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "My sect master is in seclusion. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you." Seclusion? Wu Lang was stunned. He thought that Yuan Zhong might refuse, but he never thought that Qin Shujian would be in seclusion. Immediately, Wu Lang's heart sank a little. Experts in seclusion were different from other cultivators, and it was not strange for them to be in seclusion for a few months or even a few years. But if so, his mission this time would be considered a failure. Thinking of this, Wu Lang hesitated and said with difficulty, "I wonder if Elder Zheng has a way to contact Sect Master Qin? This old man also has no way, even I can't casually approach the place where Sect Master is in seclusion." Sigh. Wu Lang could not help but sigh at this time. Seeing this, Zheng Fang said, "How many days did the Imperial Court give you this time?" "Half a month at most." "How about this, if you don't mind, you can rest in my sect for a while. If the sect master comes out in half a month, I will send someone to inform you. If he doesn't, then there's nothing I can do about it. That's all we can do now." Hearing this, Wu Lang nodded and did not refuse. Then, he cupped his hands and said politely, "It's just that I'll have to trouble your esteemed sect this way. I hope that Elder Zheng won't take offense. It is my sect's honor to have you stay." At this point, Zheng Fang changed the topic. "I believe that since you've come to the Frost Mountain Spirit Realm, you haven't seriously explored Frost Mountain City, right? After exiting the teleportation gate, I rushed straight to your esteemed sect. I didn't have time to look around." "That's perfect. This old man will have someone accompany you around Cold Mountain City. You can also experience the scenery of our Cold Mountain City. Thank you very much." Subsequently, Zheng Fang called for an inner sect deacon and left with Wu Lang. He said that he wanted the other party to stay in Yuan's sect and rest. In fact, he made the arrangements in Frost Mountain City. Inside the sect, apart from the disciples of Yuan's sect, the rest of the people were not allowed to stay overnight. On the contrary, Frost Mountain City became an important place for Yuan's sect to entertain guests. With Wu Lang's status, it was impossible for him to casually send someone to entertain the guests. Although the inner sect deacons were not as important as the elders, their status was not low either. As a guest of the Imperial Court, they would not be impolite. At the peak of Frost Mountain, since he started cultivating, Qin Shujian would wake up every once in a while. Then, he would look at the increased life force and directly use it on cultivation techniques. Until now, basically, all 5 cultivation techniques had been upgraded to the 8th level of the spiritual martial technique. As for the next level, there was no way to upgrade it. This was because the upgrade from the 8th level to the 9th level of the spiritual martial realm required 50 million life force. And the upgrade from the 9th level to the 10th level required 100 million life force. Adding the 5 cultivation techniques together, that was 750 million life force. Looking at his own life force, Qin Shujian's face turned black. Upgrading each level of cultivation technique consumes too much life force. Looking at his life force that was not even a fraction, he could not help but sigh. Ever since the sect had set the new rules, with more than 20,000 disciples in Yuan sect, the amount of life force that could be contributed to him every day was 1 to 3 million. At the peak, it could even reach 5 to 6 million. However, this was very rare. And as time passed, the disciples became stronger and stronger. The number of life force that could be contributed also gradually increased. After a month, the total amount of life force was at least 50 million life force. If it was before, 50 million life force was already a lot. But for now, 50 million life force was just a drop in the bucket. A cultivation technique from the first level of the spiritual martial technique to the 10th level would require about 200 million life force. In other words, on average, every 4 months, Qin Shujian would be able to upgrade one cultivation technique to the spiritual martial technique to the perfection stage. If all 7 cultivation techniques reached the perfection stage, then it would take more than 2 years. More than 2 years. From the spiritual martial realm to the divine martial realm, and with an extremely strong foundation, this progress was actually not slow at all. It could even be described as shocking. But, at the very most, he had only been here for about 3 years. In more than a year, he had consecutively broken through the basic martial realm, the true martial realm, and the spiritual martial realm. But now the span from the spiritual martial realm to the divine martial realm took the same amount of time. It was no wonder that Qin Shujian had the idea that the breakthrough was slow. And this was only the spiritual martial realm. If he reached the later stages of the divine martial realm, it might take a few years to deduce one cultivation technique to the perfection stage. It would take at least 10 or 20 years to push all 7 cultivation techniques to the perfection stage. As for the celestial being stage, it might take a few hundred years. If he thought about it this way, Qin Shujian felt that he needed to think about the path after the divine martial realm. The most important thing now is to break through the current realm. On second thought, he focused his attention on his own attributes. During this period of time, his luck value had slowly increased by more than 100 points. It proved that the 5 elders were still diligently going out to kill the demons and did not slack off. It was just that the ordinary realm in the prefecture was vast. It was not an easy task to find the seals of the demons one by one. Therefore, the increase of his luck value had become extremely slow. Looking at the luck value that had exceeded 10,000, Qin Shujian's expression was a little uncertain. He was thinking about a serious matter. Now, his luck value had exceeded 10,000. If he piled it on a doctrine artifact, it could at least be upgraded to the level of a 4-seal doctrine artifact, and there would be a lot left. If he used it all, the level of the Yuan sect's force would most likely be upgraded from a 5th level force to a 6th level force. A 6th level force. There would at least be a large number of airborne realm cultivators in the sect, and even prominent divine realm cultivators. But there were also great hidden dangers in doing so. And that was the Imperial Court. What level of force was the Imperial Court? According to Qin Shujian's guess, it was very likely to be a top 9th level force. Based on his understanding of the cultivation world, there had never been a force that had broken through to a 6th level force. In other words, there was no 6th level force among the current sects and forces. Perhaps it was difficult to upgrade to a 6th level force, or perhaps there had been a 6th level force, but later there was no more. As for why there was no more, this reason was somewhat thought-provoking. Put yourself in their shoes. If the Yuan sect was compared to the Imperial Court, a 6th level force that had emerged in the territory under their jurisdiction in just a few years would have the mentality of being out of control. For the Imperial Court, a 6th level force might not be worth paying attention to. Then, would the Imperial Court be able to ignore the 7th level, 8th level, and even the 9th level forces in the future? According to Qin Shujian's guess, If he was the ruler of the Great Zhao Empire, he would definitely not tolerate the existence of such an unstable factor and would definitely find ways to eliminate it. Unless this unstable factor had the strength to make people wary and not dare to act rashly. But the Yuan sect was now in front of the imperial court. It was still thousands of miles away from having the strength to make the imperial court wary and not dare to act rashly. Although a 6th-level force can greatly increase the strength of the sect, it is also very likely to arouse the suspicion of the imperial court. This may not be a good thing. Although the situation is chaotic now, the imperial court is still in control of most of the situation. In the Baiyun mansion, Marquis Baiyun has stabilized the situation. I can't take this risk now. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian suppressed the idea of upgrading to a 6th-level force. For the current him, the Yuan sect could not be without. Without this sect that provided a stable source of life, if he had to rely on himself in the future, when would he be able to become a diviner? According to Qin Shujian's idea, if he wanted to make the imperial court wary, he had to at least have the strength of a mighty figure. Just like how Marquis Baiyun could intimidate the demon clan when he revealed the strength of a mighty figure. In a sense, only a mighty figure could be considered to have a certain amount of authority in the entire world. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian focused his attention on his attributes again. Luck value, 11327. More than 11,000 points of luck value were converted into 1 billion sources of life. Such a large amount of sources of life. It was enough for him to completely upgrade his realm to the God Martial Arts realm, and it was not as simple as just entering the God Martial Arts realm. Under the circumstance that he could not upgrade his force level. If he could convert luck value into sources of life and then improve his strength, it would be the best choice. After all, nothing was more important than his own realm. Even if he could live a little longer, it was something to be happy about. However, before converting it into sources of life, Qin Shujian shifted his attention from the luck value to the special ability column. Behind the spiritual eye, there was still a plus sign that could be upgraded. Chapter 409. When he only had 1,000 luck points, Qin Shujian would not upgrade his spiritual eye. But if he had 10,000 luck points, he would seriously consider it. Ever since he obtained the spiritual eye, as his strength steadily increased, this special ability gradually became less useful. Only the ability to see through loyalty was left. Except for this accident. For other functions like seeing through attributes, if the other party was masked or wearing a mask, he would not be able to see through it. And if the opponent was too strong, he could only see the name, and the rest of the attributes would be blank. As for the opponent whose realm was lower than his, he could see the attributes. But this was of no use at all. Those who were weaker than him, he could just kill them directly. What was the use of looking at the attributes? In general, if it was not for the ability to see through loyalty, the ability of the spiritual eye would have long been useless. So, with the abundant luck points, Qin Shujian also had the idea of upgrading his spiritual eye. He also wanted to see the upgraded spiritual eye. What kind of ability would it have? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian's thoughts moved, and the 1,000 luck points disappeared, replaced by the special ability column. The two words spiritual eye were violently distorted. Boom, a silent buzzing sound rang in his mind. At the same time, at this moment, there seemed to be thousands of gorgeous colors surging in the sky. The mighty purple aura came from afar, and faintly, it was 1,000 miles away. Qin Shujian sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, motionless. The originally dark eyes were now like bright stars, as if they could see through everything in the world. Roar, roar. Shocking roars came from heaven and earth. It seemed ethereal and dreamy. It seemed to be real. In an instant, Qin Shujian seemed to see everything, but also seemed to see nothing. All kinds of strange phenomena seemed to appear in front of him, but also seemed to appear in an illusion. After a long time, the system's information appeared in his mind, causing him to completely wake up. Your spiritual eye has evolved. You have obtained a special ability, magical eye. All living things have their own characteristics. Some are hidden, Some are soaring into the 9 heavens, some are crouching in the 9 underworlds. They are difficult to fathom. Today, I can observe the changes in the world with a single glance and see through the myriad of appearances of all living things. It's like the Son of Heaven gazing at Qi, and I can kill with a smile. A large amount of system information appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. After seeing the specific information, his expression finally changed. Dharma eyes. Qin Shujian murmured. He was also quite shocked. Especially that line about observing the changes in heaven and earth, gaining insight into the myriad of living beings. It was like the Son of Heaven gazing at Qi, able to kill with a smile. This made him suddenly realize something. After the spiritual eye evolved into the Dharma eye, it was no longer a pure support ability, but a true means of killing enemies. However, the system did not explain in detail how to use the Dharma eye. Therefore, even though the introduction seemed to be very powerful, Qin Shujian himself did not know what the power of the Dharma eye was. Thinking of this, he withdrew his consciousness from his attribute panel and looked at the sky. Just like when he activated his spirit eye, his true essence slightly surged. The originally dark eyes were now as deep and bright as the stars. When he looked over again, he saw that Yi Zichen was in a daze. The sky, which was supposed to be clear and sunny, was now filled with a myriad of phenomena. The 7-colored light covered the sky, blocking out the light of the sun. This is heaven and earth barrier. When he saw the familiar colorful light, Qin Shujian immediately recognized it. That was the heaven and earth barrier that could only be seen when going to the limit of heaven and earth. As early as when he saw the heaven and earth barrier, he had guessed it. Perhaps the whole world was covered by the heaven and earth barrier, but ordinary people could not see it with their naked eyes, just like how they could see it when going to the limit of heaven and earth, but couldn't see it after leaving. But now, after the spiritual eye evolved into the Dharma eye, Qin Shujian found that he could already see the heaven and earth barrier that covered the sky. Just as he had guessed. The whole world. It was covered by the heaven and earth barrier. Faintly, a thought appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Maybe the so-called heaven and earth barrier was a protective shell that protected this part of the world until now. Not long after this thought arose, it was dispelled by him. Thinking about these things now. In fact, there was no need to. Then Qin Shujian shifted his gaze and looked at several other places. What he saw. He could see yellow gas rising from several places. Those were the branches of the Yuan sect. And the Yuan sect under his feet just happened to have an extremely dense yellow gas rising. He saw that the yellow gas was like a yellow cloud that slowly rose to an extremely high position. Finally, it gathered together in his sight. Then, he saw an auspicious beast that looked like a Chileen and was completely composed of yellow clouds roaring in the void. 4 auspicious clouds supported its body under its feet, which made the yellow cloud Chileen look even more noble. When Qin Shujian looked at the Chileen also looked at him. Its bell-like eyes revealed a hint of friendliness. It roared softly, as if it was greeting him. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. When he saw the yellow cloud Chileen, the information about it appeared in his mind and he also understood what it was. Luck. That was the Chileen that his Yuan sect's prosperous luck had manifested. Just by looking at the Chileen that was close to 10 feet in size and more than half of its body had solidified, one could see that Yuan sect's luck had reached an extremely strong level. This was the symbol of Yuan sect's prosperous luck. Those with a strong luck. To put it bluntly, they could turn misfortunes into blessings. Generally, sects with prosperous luck would be able to recruit enough talented disciples to continue the legacy of the sect. Even the disciples who joined this sect could be taken care of by luck. When they encountered danger outside, there was a high probability that they could be resolved. It could be said that as long as one's luck was high enough, everything would go smoothly. If one's luck was not high enough, it would be difficult to get what one wanted. If one's luck was even lower, there was even a possibility of an unexpected disaster. When he saw the yellow cloud Chileen, many things about luck appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Now that Yuan sect's luck was flourishing, it proved that he had managed it well. As long as he did not deliberately seek death, at least for a long time, he would not have to worry about any problems. Subsequently, Qin Shujian moved his gaze away from Yuan's sect and looked at the other places in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. Right now, Liang Mountain was the highest in the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain. Standing at the peak of Liang Mountain, it was enough for him to look down on everything. What entered his eyes? All of them were light green luck rising and condensing into auspicious beasts. However, without exception, they all lowered their heads and crawled towards Yuan's sect, not daring to compete with the yellow cloud Qilin. Green luck. It seems that the luck of the sects in the Liang Mountain spirit domain is normal. There won't be any problems in a short period of time. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. The yellow cloud was flourishing while the blue cloud was normal. The light green luck was neither good nor bad and was the most normal kind of luck. However, among these light green luck, there were a few that were a bit richer in color. With Qin Shujian's eyesight, he could roughly determine. Those were the directions of the Blue Cloud sect and the Heaven Blade sect. Immediately after, Qin Shujian then turned his gaze to the other major cities. He saw yellow clouds rising above the cities, but there were no yellow cloud auspicious beasts. They didn't seem to have any vitality, but the luck was condensed and didn't dissipate. It looked quite puzzling. The cities are backed by the Imperial Court, so the yellow cloud luck should belong to the Imperial Court. After all, the power with the highest luck is the yellow cloud. Qin Shujian understood. With the power of the great Zhao dynasty, it was reasonable for their luck to be at the yellow cloud level. However, seeing that the yellow cloud was dormant and didn't condense any auspicious beasts, it was a symbol of the fall of the human emperor. After all, the fall of the human emperor caused the world to be in turmoil. Although the luck of the great Zhao dynasty was flourishing, it should be dormant. When the new human emperor ascended the throne, the luck would be reborn. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian couldn't help but look at another location. That location. It was the direction of the Central State Prefecture. The true essence in his body surged wildly and gathered in his eyes. In an instant, his eyes turned into a galaxy that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. It directly crossed hundreds of millions of miles and directly saw the Central State Prefecture. Boom! In just an instant, Qin Shujian let out a scream and the galaxy in his eyes collapsed. His eyes involuntarily closed and a faint trace of blood flowed down from his eyelids. Not only that, even his spiritual deity, which was almost 100 feet tall, was crazily shaking at this moment. It was as if there was an endless mighty force crushing down on him. This mighty force. It could easily crush the spiritual deity of a spiritual martial realm cultivator. The fourth-grade golden lotus appeared, but it instantly shattered. Then, the dustless celestial robe appeared and quietly disappeared. Qin Shujian didn't care about the sharp pain in his eyes and immediately took out the 18 square array discs from his storage ring. A large array was instantly set up in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder boomed in the sky and resounded throughout the entire Liang Mountain spirit region. The 18 high-grade spirit artifact array discs shook violently. Then, the large array shattered and the 18 square array discs scattered on the ground. Qin Shujian's body shook slightly. After spitting out blood, the mighty force finally disappeared. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even after using all of his methods, Qin Shujian's mind was still heavily injured. After putting away the 18 square array discs, Qin Shujian tightly closed his eyes and stroked the array discs. He could clearly feel the cracks on them and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. I was careless, he had to admit. He really had gotten carried away just now. After obtaining the Dharma Eye, he actually tried to pry into the foundation of the great Zhao dynasty's providence. Then, even if he crossed hundreds of millions of miles, he still suffered the backlash of the providence. If it weren't for the fact that his own methods weren't weak. That glance just now. He might have died from the backlash of the providence. After calming his mind, Qin Shujian didn't immediately open his eyes. Instead, he revealed a thought-provoking smile when he thought back to that fleeting glance. Chapter 410. Until now. Qin Shujian finally understood. Even if he had the Dharma Eye, he couldn't look around casually. If his spiritual eye looked around casually, it would at most be noticed by others and attract some hatred. If his Dharma eye looked around casually, it would end up like what happened just now. That glance. It was even more terrifying than a diviner's attack. It broke through the defenses of 2 Dao artifacts in a row. Even a monster king-level expert could contend against the array disc. However, it didn't even last for a few breaths of time before the array shattered. Even the array disc shattered. Even so, after being weakened layer by layer, his spiritual spirit was still heavily injured. This was the first time Qin Shujian knew what kind of backlash would come from prying into the fate of a powerful existence. It was only because of his amazing methods that he was able to survive. Or else, even an ordinary diviner might not be able to survive that attack just now. Once bitten, twice shy. I still can't underestimate the people of the world. Qin Shujian said self-deprecatingly. Although the blood on his cheeks had been wiped away, his eyes were still tightly shut. He couldn't open them at will. That glance just now. In addition to his spiritual spirit being injured, his eyes were also heavily injured. It would take some time for him to recover from his injuries. In other words, in the short term, Qin Shujian was no different from a blind person. However, although his eyes couldn't see, his perception was still there. Using his perception to observe his surroundings was no different from using his naked eyes. Just as Qin Shujian was sitting cross-legged and silently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. As for the people in Yuan sect, they were frightened by the commotion that had just occurred. The moment that terrifying force came, they felt as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Their minds trembled and they didn't even dare to move. At that moment, whether it was the divine martial realm cultivators or other cultivators, they all felt as weak as ants. As for the collision of the two forces on the peak of Mount Liang, no one noticed it. Because everything happened too quickly. Xiong Haogan only regained his senses now. As he took a deep breath, his fingers were slightly trembling. Where did that force come from? After the initial shock, doubts arose in his mind. In front of that power, Xiong Haogan felt his heart palpitate. Ever since he broke through to the God Martial Realm, he rarely felt this way. The last time he felt this way was 100 years ago when he felt it from a celestial being realm cultivator. Both of their auras were as vast as the abyss. But in comparison, although it was difficult for Xiong Haogan to discern whether it was strong or weak, there was still a voice in his heart telling him that the power just now was the most terrifying. It wasn't just Yuan Zhong. Even the cold mountain city, which was not far away, was silent at this moment. It was as if many things had frozen. The higher one's cultivation was. The more he felt, the more he could sense how terrifying that power was. As for Wu Lang, who was temporarily staying in the City Lord Mansion, he was currently looking in the direction of Yuan Zhong with a shocked expression. How could this be? How could Yuan Zhong have such a terrifying power? Could this be the mighty means left behind by Qin Shujian before he was reincarnated? For a moment, many thoughts emerged in Wu Lang's mind. As an emissary of the imperial court, he had seen too many experts. That flash of power just now was at least at the level of a mighty figure. One had to know. Even in the entire Great Zhao Empire, there were only a handful of mighty figures. Now, a sect that did not even have a celestial being realm cultivator had the power of a mighty figure. According to Wu Lang's thoughts, only Qin Shujian, the reincarnated mighty figure on the surface, could possibly emit such power. After all, no matter what, the other party was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. If he used the means left behind in his previous life, it was normal to cause some fluctuations. Furthermore, that surge of energy left as quickly as it came. The information that Wu Lang was able to obtain was also limited. In the lion-tiger plane. Just now, Niu Dali seemed to have felt a strong threat and instantly woke up from his deep sleep. His huge eyes were filled with shock and uncertainty. But when he woke up, that power had long since disappeared. So, Niu Dali was only puzzled for a moment before he dispelled the threat in his heart and went back to sleep. For him, there was nothing better than sleeping. Especially now, Nyo Dali felt more and more sleepy. He did not even have the thought of moving. If there was anything he wished for the most right now, it was probably to sleep for decades or centuries without anyone disturbing him. This was also one of the advantages of the Yarrow clan. In the same realm, the lifespan of the Yarrow clan was much longer than that of the human clan. The lifespan of the human clan in the spirit martial realm was only about 1,000 years. The limit of the Yarrow clan was 3,000 years. But correspondingly, the long lifespan of the Yarrow clan also meant that the Yarrow clan's strength was generally slower than that of the human clan. This was also a way to balance things out. At the peak of Mount Liang, 5 days passed. Qin Shujian did not move at all. He continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover from his injuries. Fortunately, the spiritual energy of Mount Liang was dense and he had the help of spirit stones. Cultivating here for a day was more effective than cultivating outside for 10 days to half a month. In the 5 days, although his injuries had not completely recovered, they were close to 80 to 90%. Another 2 days passed. Only then did Qin Shujian open his tightly shut eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, a white gas shot out from his mouth and turned into a fierce gust of wind that soared into the sky. Rumble. A thunderous sound rang out. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck on a sunny day. "I've finally recovered." A relaxed smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. Then, he immediately restrained it and his expression became solemn. Since his injuries had recovered, the next thing to do was to increase his strength. What had happened earlier had made him realize that there was still a huge gap between his strength and that of the top powerhouses. He had only taken a peek at the fate of the great Zhao nation. He had directly suffered a strong backlash. If he had been a bit weaker at that time, or if he had fewer defensive methods, he would have died. The people of the Yuan sect probably would not have thought of that. When their sect master went into seclusion, he would suddenly go into seclusion and die. The reason for that was because he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough to resist the backlash, how could such a thing have happened? He then looked at his own attributes. In the special ability column, there was no longer a plus sign behind his Dharma eye. After a simple glance, Qin Shujian's gaze moved away from it and landed on the luck value. Originally, there were more than 11,000 luck value. After consuming 1,000 points, there were still slightly more than 10,000 left. Immediately, with a thought from Qin Shujian, all the 7,500 luck value disappeared. Then, his life source increased from the original 30 million to 780 million. The increase of his life source. Finally, there was a plus sign behind his cultivation technique that could be upgraded. Without any hesitation, Qin Shujian immediately consumed 750 million life source to upgrade the remaining 5 cultivation techniques to the level of perfection of the spiritual martial arts section. This process. It was completed almost instantly. In an instant, boom, there was a strong explosion in his dantian. A huge amount of vital essence instantly accumulated there, causing it to reach a state of overflowing. The bright king hellfire that was rooted in his dantian. At this time, it was also swaying more intensely as the vital essence skyrocketed. At the same time, a wave of pure energy that was even purer than when he had devoured dozens of demons surged and directly entered the spiritual spirit in his mind. The skyrocketing power. Qin Shujian could no longer suppress himself. Of course, he had no intention of suppressing this feeling. A spiritual deity with a height of 970 feet appeared in the void. When the spirit god appeared, a dreadful might spread in all directions, and attracted the attention of many people. Then, under the horrified gazes of these people, the spiritual deity seemed to be constantly growing taller. However, due to the great distance between them, no one was able to accurately capture the changes in its growth. However, they could clearly feel that the powerful spiritual god's energy was unceasingly attacking their minds. Could it be that Qin Shujian has already broken through to the god martial arts realm? Wu Lang thought of a rumor he had heard before. Previously, he had scoffed at it and did not believe that someone could break through from the spirit martial arts realm to the god martial arts realm in less than 2 years. Even if the other party was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, it would be the same. But now, seeing the spiritual spirit that was nearly 100 feet tall, Wu Lang thought that he should believe it. After all, 100 feet spiritual spirit. He had never heard of anyone who could reach 100 feet spiritual spirit in the spirit martial arts realm. In Wu Lang's memory, for thousands of years, even the most talented person seemed to have a spiritual spirit of about 25 feet. After that, he would break through to the god martial arts realm. Qin Shujian didn't notice the commotion he had caused at all. Now he had put all his attention on the attribute panel. All 7 cultivation methods had been upgraded to the completion of the spirit martial arts realm. That was to say, the next step would be to break through to the god martial arts realm. But before the breakthrough, what Qin Shujian had to do was to integrate all he had learned. So, he directly opened the fusion panel that he had not seen for a long time. Qin Shujian had only used the fusion panel twice since he had unearthed it. The first time was when he broke through to the true martial arts realm. The second time was when he broke through to the spirit martial arts realm. Now, it was the third time. It was also the critical point for him to break through from the spirit martial arts realm to the god martial arts realm. Although Qin Shujian did not often use the fusion panel, he still skillfully dragged all the 7 cultivation methods he had learned into it. Immediately, a familiar system message appeared in his mind. Then, Qin Shujian directly chose the fusion panel. Very quickly, the 300 luck points disappeared. You have consumed the Guiyuan ancestral scripture. You have consumed the flying immortal temple Dao scripture. You have consumed the raging flame technique. You have consumed the ghost god meditation sutra. You have consumed the holy visualization sutra. You have consumed 300 luck points. You have obtained an unknown cultivation method. Please name it. You have obtained the 31st level of the unknown cultivation method. Your strength has improved. Chapter 4:11. Boom. Suddenly, the dark purple thunderclouds in the sky condensed in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a lightning pillar as thick as a bucket came down, as if it wanted to destroy the powerful spiritual god. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't find it strange and didn't even resist. He stood in the air and took the lightning pillar's attack. Lightning tribulation body tempering, this was a necessary step to break through to the god martial realm. Although his cultivation technique had broken through, the spiritual god hadn't completely transformed. Only when the lightning tribulation disappeared would it truly change. If one had to endure something to break through to the spirit martial realm in the spirit domain, then it would be the scene in front of him. Every lightning tribulation that came down was at least at the peak of the prominent divine realm. The later it was, the stronger it became. Until the third lightning tribulation, it had already reached the god martial realm. If other cultivators wanted to break through to the god martial realm, they either had to use the spiritual god or use other methods to resist. No matter if it was in the spirit domain or a large domain. To break through to the god martial realm, one had to endure a lightning tribulation. The only difference was that the lightning tribulation he had to endure in spirit realm was much more terrifying than the lightning tribulation he had to endure in a major realm. This was also a test in disguise. Because although the shackles of the spirit domain were subtle and not much different from a large domain, it was still within the scope of the spirit domain. If the power of the god martial realm appeared, then the shackles of the spirit domain would be broken. Although it wouldn't attract the wrath of heaven, it would attract the warning of heaven and earth. Breaking through to the god martial realm would cause the power of the lightning tribulation to increase. Boom. Boom. The lightning tribulation fell. The 100 feet tall spiritual god stood in the air and didn't move at all. Instead, with each attack, a trace of pure yang energy was left in the spiritual god, causing the spiritual god to slowly transform. Although the lightning tribulation was strong, but that was only relative to ordinary peak vision domain great cultivators. For Qin Shujian's 100 feet tall spiritual god, it was more terrifying than a normal god martial realm cultivator. How could this lightning tribulation threaten it? Just as the lightning tribulation was gathering, The entire Mount Liang spirit domain could see the huge thunderclouds in the sky and the terrifying aura that each bolt of tribulation lightning emitted. Although the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate was a spirit protectorate, it was actually just a combination of a few true protectorates. It was far inferior to the other spirit protectorates. Therefore, even if the thundercloud wasn't that big, it could still be detected by other people in spirit realm. Lightning tribulation? Some cultivators were shocked and confused. Not everyone knew what kind of changes would occur after breaking through to the god martial arts realm. To put it bluntly, 1 or 2 years ago, the Liang Mountain Spirit Protectorate had only been a true dominion. There hadn't even been a spirit martial realm cultivator in the local area, let alone a divine martial realm cultivator. Many people didn't know. Breaking through to the god martial arts realm would lead to a thunder tribulation. However, now that the Liang Mountain Spirit domain had been promoted, more and more foreign cultivators had arrived. Some of these cultivators were quite knowledgeable, so they naturally knew what the lightning tribulation represented. The lightning tribulation of the god martial realm. Someone is breaking through to the divine martial realm in the Liang Mountain Spirit region. That's the direction of the origin sect. Could it be that the sect master of the origin sect is breaking through to the divine martial realm? 1,000 feet spiritual deity. How could he only break through to the divine martial realm now? Many people were surprised and bewildered in their hearts as they looked at the thunder clouds in the sky and the 1,000 feet tall spiritual god. They were all stunned on the spot. Especially the cultivators of the Liang Mountain City. At this moment, when they saw the 1,000 feet tall spirit deity and the scene of the tribulation lightning tempering it, they were even more astonished. At that moment, a single sentence appeared in everyone's mind. How could it be? In their opinion, Qin Shujian should have broken through to the divine martial realm long ago. But now, he was clearly just about to break through. Originally, breaking through to the divine martial realm wasn't a problem. After all, cultivators with talent would eventually reach this stage. But to say that 1,000 feet spiritual deity was still in the spirit martial realm was too much. Hiss. 1,000 feet spiritual deity is still in the spirit martial realm? The human race once had such an expert. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. After he finished speaking, no one around him paid attention to him. 1,000 feet spiritual deity. In the thousands of years of the Great Jiao, no one had heard of anyone in the spirit martial realm who could condense 1,000 feet spiritual deity. Because that was simply impossible. The current scene made them feel like they were in a dream. As for Wu Lang, at this moment, he was completely stunned. He quietly looked at the spiritual deity in the sky, who was constantly enduring the lightning tribulation. For a moment, he didn't know what to think. Spirit martial realm? Divine martial realm? To be honest, he was a little confused now. He didn't understand what realm Qin Shujian was in. At this moment, the lightning tribulation continued to fall. The pure yang aura left in the spiritual deity became stronger and stronger. As time went on, the power of the lightning tribulation also became stronger. If the first dozen or so lightning tribulations were equal to the full strength attack of an ordinary divine martial realm cultivator, then the power of the latter lightning tribulations had already exceeded this range. Gradually, Qin Shujian's expression also became serious. The 1,000 feet spiritual deity in the sky gradually turned from an illusion to a real one. But under the bombardment of the lightning tribulation, it showed signs of collapsing. Is the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the divine martial realm also strong? A doubt arose in Qin Shujian's mind. If every cultivator who broke through to the divine martial realm would encounter such a strong lightning tribulation, even if they had a Taoist artifact to protect themselves, 99% of the cultivators would be finished. So, Qin Shujian absolutely didn't believe that other cultivators would encounter such a powerful lightning tribulation. Otherwise, the number of divine martial realm cultivators in the world would be reduced by at least 90%. Causing the changes in front of him. He guessed that it should be related to the 1,000 feet spiritual deity. The stronger the spiritual deity was during the breakthrough, the stronger the power of the lightning tribulation. Although the spiritual deity could absorb part of the pure yang energy every time the lightning tribulation struck, making it stronger and stronger. But the speed of the spiritual deity's strengthening was not comparable to the speed of the lightning tribulation's strengthening. At least the spiritual deity had a gradual cycle. The lightning tribulation directly and violently became stronger. Until now, Qin Shujian couldn't remember how many lightning tribulations had fallen. Anyway, the power of each lightning tribulation was enough to blast a cultivator who had just entered the divine martial realm to pieces. As for those cultivators who hadn't really broken through to the divine martial realm, they had no way to survive. It was only because his 1,000-feet spiritual deity was there that he could hold on until now. Boom! As another lightning tribulation fell, the entire spiritual deity seemed to explode. Qin Shujian's face suddenly turned pale. When he looked at the spiritual deity again, it was already showing signs of collapse. He couldn't hold on. If it was still okay before, then the power of the lightning tribulation was so strong that even he couldn't hold on. Without hesitation, Qin Shujian immediately took out the 4th-grade golden lotus. A golden lotus bloomed in the sky and directly floated at the top of the spiritual deity. Then, it silently offset the power of the lightning tribulation. The golden lotus trembled. Every lightning tribulation bombarded it, causing the lotus leaves to tremble. Wisps of pure yang energy fell along the golden lotus and seeped into the spiritual deity. However, as the power of the lightning tribulation continued to increase, the 4th-grade golden lotus also showed signs of being unable to withstand it. Immediately, with a thought, Qin Shujian expended 500 luck points and injected them into the Tier 4 golden lotus. In an instant, the golden lotus bloomed. After receiving 500 luck points, the 4th-grade golden lotus directly transformed into a 6th-grade golden lotus. A huge illusory golden lotus bloomed, as vast as the thunderclouds. But soon, the illusory golden lotus dissipated and turned into a 6th-grade golden lotus, quietly floating above the spiritual deity's head. A 6th-grade golden lotus. A 3-seal Dao artifact. And it wasn't as simple as an ordinary 3-seal Dao artifact. If a 5th-grade golden lotus could enter the 3-seal Dao artifact, a 6th-grade golden lotus could be considered a stronger 3-seal Dao artifact. A 3-seal Dao artifact. And it was a defense-oriented 3-seal Dao artifact. It had a strong defensive power that even a peak divine martial arts cultivator would find difficult to break. So, with the protection of the 6th-grade golden lotus, the following lightning tribulation would be much easier. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning tribulation continued to fall. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Although the power of the lightning tribulation was constantly increasing, it didn't affect the 6th-grade golden lotus much. When the last lightning tribulation fell, the originally 100 feet tall spiritual deity seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. It directly soared to 200 feet, and the terrifying power of divine will instantly swept in all directions. At this moment, in the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain, no matter how strong the experts were, when the spiritual deity in their minds was swept by the divine will, the spiritual deity hidden in their minds trembled and had an impulse to worship. The 200 feet tall spiritual deity stood upright, as if a god had descended to the mortal world, overlooking everything in the world. Just as everyone was looking at each other speechlessly, only then did they see the spiritual deity disappear. The originally pervasive power also disappeared without a trace. The spiritual deity returned to the body. Qin Shujian's physical body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs had become incomparably tight. A dragon's body appeared on his back, and waves of dragon roars could be heard. However, it was different from before. Now, the dragon's body was no longer a single dragon's body. Instead, it had evolved into 4 limbs and a head. It was like a primordial ferocious beast, lurking within his body. As Qin Shujian moved his hands and feet, waves of terrifying power spread out, as if it could destroy everything at any time. After breaking through to the divine martial realm, the spiritual deity had undergone a transformation, and so had his physical body. His foundation was deep to begin with. At this moment, after the enhancement of the transformation, Qin Shujian found that his strength had reached an unimaginable level. The divine martial realm. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, he saw the wind and clouds reverse. Like a giant beast swallowing heaven and earth, a vast amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth immediately swarmed over. Facing such a strange phenomenon, Qin Shujian had a clearer understanding of his own strength. An ordinary divine martial realm definitely wouldn't be so strong. The reason why he could reach such a level, it was because he had accumulated his foundation to the limit before, and after a transformation, he had such power. However, what really made him happy was the divine martial realm, a lifespan of 1,000 to 3,000 years. Chapter 412. Divine martial realm. He could already break through the 1,000-year limit. It could be considered a different type of longevity, even if this longevity was 1,000 to 3,000 years. However, this was already enough to make many people scramble for it. Feeling the surging vitality in his body, Qin Shujian suddenly realized that he had unknowingly gained the ability to experience the vicissitudes of life. 1,000 years. If it was an ordinary person, they could already live for more than 10 lifetimes. Not everyone could live to be 100 years old. 1,000 years. If there was a reincarnation cycle in the world, then it should be more than 10 lifetimes. However, 1,000 years of life was only the threshold of the divine martial realm. Although Qin Shujian couldn't accurately feel how long his life was, he could vaguely know. His life. It was definitely not as simple as 1,000 years. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at his status panel. Name, Qin Shujian. Title, Liangshan Region Lord. Identity, Sect Master of Yuan Sect. Affiliation, Yuan Sect. Faction Level, Level 5 Realm, 10th level of Divine Martial Realm, Liangshan Region, Realm +9, Yuan Sect, Realm +5, Cultivation Technique, 31st level of Gui Yuan Ancestral Canon, Level 1 Ancient Immortal Body, Level 1 Impenetrable, Level 1 Red Lotus of Purgation, High-grade Divine Rank, Martial Arts, 5 Elements 8 Trigram Steps, Entering Tao, 7-leaf Flower Piercing Palm. Entering Tao, Great Desolate Demon Suppressing Seal, +, 1 with the Heavens, Middle Grade Divine Rank, Golden Immortal Soul Shattering Chant, +, Peak of Perfection, Low Grade Divine Rank, Special Martial Arts, Celestial Light Alchemy Tome, Alchemy Grandmaster, Forging Ancestral Canon, Forging Grandmaster, Array Grandmaster, Special Ability, Dharma Eye, Blade Intent, 20%, Life Source, 236522235 Luck Value, 3027. These were his current attributes. After breaking through to the Divine Martial Realm, with the title of Liangshan Region Lord and the power of Yuan Sect, it could be said that, in the Liangshan region, Qin Shujian's realm was directly raised to the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. However, this was only the peak of the Divine Martial Realm on the surface. There was still a certain difference from the true peak of the Divine Martial Realm. But these weren't important things. What really caught Qin Shujian's attention? It was the cultivation method column. When he saw that the Gui Yuan Ancestral Canon was a high-grade divine rank artifact, a smile finally appeared on his face. My face has been black for so many times, and now it's finally red. When Qin Shujian saw the words high-grade divine rank, he felt really comfortable. There was no other way. There was a huge difference between a mid-low grade cultivation technique and a high-grade cultivation technique. Not to mention other things, just in the spirit martial realm. Comparing a low-grade cultivation method to a high-grade cultivation method, it was equivalent to upgrading 2 high-grade cultivation methods to perfection. Only then would it barely be enough to upgrade a low-grade cultivation method to perfection. He had fused several cultivation techniques together. It was only now that he had finally fused the high-grade God-ranked origin returning ancestral scripture. However, Qin Shujian also noticed that after the fusion of the Gui Yuan ancestral scripture, the special traits of the 7 cultivation methods had all disappeared and were replaced by 3 brand new special traits. Immortal Ancient Body, Impenetrable by All Magic, Red Lotus of Purgation, the Immortal Body of the Wisdom King, the Karmic Fire of the Wisdom King, and the Will of the Gods had all disappeared. Immortal Ancient Body. Looking at the attribute panel, Qin Shujian could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in his body. The current him. In terms of physical strength, he was much stronger than before the breakthrough. Although he had not really tested it. But Qin Shujian knew in his heart that in terms of physical strength, most of the demon clans of the same realm were not as good as him. As for the so-called impenetrable by all magic, he had some guesses in his heart. Finally, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the third special trait. Red Lotus of Purgation. With a thought, when he stretched out his palm, a wave of power gushed out from his dantian, and then a red lotus made of flames lay there quietly. The red lotus was enchanting. It was gorgeous and dazzling. But when the red lotus appeared, the void around his palm was slightly distorted, as if it was enduring an extremely terrifying power. Seeing this, Qin Shujian clenched his fist, and the red lotus instantly disappeared. The karmic fire of the Wisdom King evolved into the red lotus of purgation. I wonder if it still has the means to refine the demons of the demon clans and turn them into energy. If it doesn't, then it's a big loss. His face did not look too good. If it was the evolution of other special traits, then it would be fine. But if the karmic fire of the Wisdom King evolved and disappeared, Qin Shujian would really have no place to cry. After all, the karmic fire of the Wisdom King could directly refine the demons of the demon clans and turn them into energy that could be absorbed by oneself, and then increase one's strength. It could be described as shocking. If there was no karmic fire of the Wisdom King, even if he had deduced all 7 techniques to the completion stage of the spiritual martial chapter, he would not be able to raise the spirit god to 100 feet. It was even more impossible. When he broke through to the god martial realm, the spirit god would reach a terrifying level of 200 feet. When ordinary prominent divine stage cultivators broke through to the god martial realm, their spirit god would only be around 400 to 500 feet. 200 feet. Only those who had reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm could reach that level. Even some people could only reach this step when they reached the peak of the god martial realm. Qin Shujian was not completely sure whether the red lotus of purgation had the ability to contain the karmic fire of the Wisdom King. But if he wanted to test it, he could not find a target now, so he could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. Immediately, Qin Shujian looked at the remaining 3,000 plus luck points, then thought for a while, and then injected 500 luck points into the dustless immortal robe. In an instant, the dustless immortal robe also transformed from a 2-seal Dao artifact to a 3-seal Dao artifact. At this point, he was finally truly at ease. With 2 3-seal Dao artifacts to protect him, even if a diviner stage cultivator personally attacked him, it would be enough to defend him. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out the 18 square array discs from the storage ring, only to see that a few of the array discs were already full of cracks, obviously damaged by the backlash from before. The array discs were damaged. Many of the inscriptions inscribed inside were also damaged. In this way, although the master-level array inscribed inside the array discs would not be broken, its power would be greatly reduced. Therefore, what he had to do was to repair the broken array discs. Fortunately, there were still some leftover materials in the storage ring, enough to repair the array discs, but it would take some time. In the Yuan sect, after Qin Shujian broke through to the god martial realm, the disciples in the sect seemed to have received a boost. After all, the stronger their sect master was. For them, the more they felt a sense of belonging in their hearts. In the inherited martial hall, I wonder when sect master Qin will come out of seclusion? Wu Lang asked in a deep voice. This was already the 3rd time he had come. Ever since Qin Shujian broke through to the god martial realm a few days ago, Wu Lang would come to the Yuan sect once a day in order to see Qin Shujian. Until now, it had been about 10 days since he came to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. If this continued, Wu Lang had no choice but to return to the Central State Prefecture. This mission was not completed. Even if he did not receive any punishment when he returned, there would not be any benefits. Moreover, the commotion caused by Qin Shujian's breakthrough made him want to find out what was going on. Wu Lang really wanted to know. Had he broken through to the god martial realm a long time ago, or had he broken through during the Thunder Tribulation a few days ago? 100 feet spiritual deity. A 200 feet spiritual deity. Thinking back to the scene a few days ago, he still felt a little dizzy. There was no other way. That scene was really too shocking. Although Wu Lang was also a great cultivator of the God Martial Realm, and not the kind who had just entered the God Martial Realm, in terms of spiritual deity power, he might not be able to reach Qin Shujian's level. In the main hall, hearing Wu Lang's question, Zheng Fang shook his head and said, "Sect Master has been in seclusion in the forbidden area and has never come out. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Sigh. Wu Lang sighed and felt helpless in his heart. It was also at this moment. He seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look outside the main hall, just as a green-robed man stepped in. It was a portrait of Qin Shujian. Wu Lang had seen it before, so when he saw the other party, he immediately stood up from his seat, cupped his hands, and said, "Great Envoy Wu Lang greets Sect Master Qin." At this moment, Zheng Fang also saw Qin Shujian's arrival and also stood up to salute. "Greetings, Sect Master. Sit down." Qin Shujian nodded and immediately walked past the two of them to the main seat. On the other side, Wu Lang looked at Qin Shujian, who passed by him, with a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. When Qin Shujian sat down, he couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master Qin, are you the spiritual deity Pure Yang external incarnation? You have good eyesight." Qin Shujian sat down and said with a faint smile. Hiss. This wasn't a direct answer, but it made Wu Lang suck in a breath of air. Spiritual deity Pure Yang, external incarnation. This was a method that only the God Martial Realm could have. If the Spirit Martial Realm was only to nurture the spiritual deity, and even at the Vision Divine stage, the spiritual deity could not leave the body, then after breaking through to the God Martial Realm, the spiritual deity could be separated and walk in the world like an external incarnation. But to do this, one had to go through the thunder tribulation and let the spiritual deity be tainted with pure yang aura to be able to break away from the shackles of the body. But the difference was, even if the spiritual deity who had just broken through to the God Martial Realm had a pure yang aura, there was still an invisible illusion. However, Qin Shujian in front of him gave Wu Lang the feeling that he was like a real person. If it wasn't for the faint pure yang aura emitted from his body, he wouldn't have dared to think in this direction. After all, it was easy for the spiritual deity to be pure yang, and it was also easy for the spiritual deity to leave the body and turn into an external incarnation. But to reach the level of Qin Shujian, it would take at least hundreds of years of polishing in the God Martial Realm to be possible. Even he couldn't do it to this extent. Thinking of this, Wu Lang's heart trembled again, and his expression became respectful. He cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master Qin's methods are amazing. I think it won't be long before there will be another diviner in the world." Although his words were flattering, they were also his true thoughts. With the speed of the other party's advancement, would it take a long time to break through to the diviner realm? Regarding this, Wu Lang couldn't help but secretly sigh at the terrifying background of the reincarnated Almighty. Chapter 413. In the hall, Wu Lang was no longer smiling. Instead, he looked more solemn. Even if Qin Shujian wasn't his true self and was only a spirit god incarnation, it was still enough to intimidate ordinary God Martial Realm cultivators. As for Zheng Fang, he was shocked. He was also a little shocked, and he looked at Qin Shujian with a little more respect. A spirit god incarnation. Although he had not broken through to the divine martial realm, he knew what kind of strength was needed to reach this level. He had not even attained the prominent sage realm. His own sect master had already reached such an unimaginable level. In comparison, Zheng Fang felt that he was still lacking. On the other side, Qin Shujian also looked at Wu Lang and said with a faint smile, "May I know the reason for your visit, emissary? There are devil disasters everywhere. I wonder if Sect Master Qin has heard about this. Is there such a thing?" Upon hearing that, Qin Shujian was shocked. He was not pretending. He had not expected that such a thing would happen while he was in seclusion. Wu Lang was not surprised when he saw Qin Shujian's shocked expression. He immediately explained, "Now that the otherworldly man has destroyed the True Dominion's seal, evil spirits have broken out of the seal in all 13 prefectures except the Baiyun prefecture. Now that there are devil disasters everywhere, the imperial court has sent troops to suppress them. However, there are many evil spirits that have broken out of the seal. Although some of them have not broken out of the seal, there are still some hidden dangers. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and coughed softly before saying, although there are many experts in the imperial court, Sect Master Qin should be aware of the current situation in the world. Furthermore, the true Dominion's evil spirits are extraordinary. There are not many experts who can deal with them. Your Majesty, I heard that Sect Master Qin is an expert who has broken the shackles of the true Dominion. You have also killed the moon-devouring Demon King in the Fallen Moon Prefecture's Changning True Dominion and wiped out the True Dominion's evil spirits in the Baiyun Prefecture. Therefore, I hope that Sect Master Qin can help the Imperial Court eliminate the hidden dangers of the devil disasters. Of course, as long as Sect Master Qin is willing to help, the Imperial Court will be willing to pay the corresponding compensation. After saying that, Wu Lang remained silent. He looked at Qin Shujian's expression and waited for his answer. On the other side, Qin Shujian finally knew the purpose of Wu Lang's visit. Kill the demons. It had to be said that he just happened to need it, and the other party just happened to deliver it to his doorstep. Now that all the true Dominion evil devils in the Baiyun Prefecture had been killed, it was almost impossible to obtain any more luck points. As for the other prefectures, it wasn't an easy task either. Therefore, when Qin Shujian consumed most of his luck points to break through, he was also troubled by this matter. But he didn't expect this. It was such a coincidence that Wu Lang delivered himself to his doorstep. If Qin Shujian was asked if he was willing to help, he would definitely agree without hesitation. However, being willing was one thing, but no matter how willing he was, there had to be a process. Furthermore, looking at Wu Lang's expression, he could also guess that the Imperial Court was now in a terrible state. Or else, they wouldn't send anyone to Yuan sect either. However, from Qin Shujian's point of view, given the Imperial Court's foundation, the demon disaster would at most be a little difficult to deal with. After all, besides the human clan, there were also players in the world. As long as there were a few sane people in the Imperial Court, they would know to borrow the strength of the players to deal with the demon disaster. The only problem was the length of time and the losses. Therefore, when Wu Lang mentioned the evil devils, Qin Shujian had no intention of rejecting him. Killing the evil devils was good. Qin Shujian loved killing the evil devils the most. However, even if he wanted to kill the evil devils, he couldn't agree directly. He could still fight for some benefits. Killing the evil devils is the duty of the human clan. However, Qin Shujian suddenly smiled and asked, what kind of reward is the Imperial Court willing to pay? As long as Sect Master Qin is willing to help, the Imperial Court will definitely not disappoint you. Wu Lang smiled as well. Based on the other party's words, he already knew that this matter was considered a success. As for the price to pay, that was the Imperial Court's own matter. It had nothing to do with a small envoy like him. With the Imperial Court's foundation, it wouldn't be difficult to satisfy one person. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't dwell on this matter too much. Just as he thought, with the Imperial Court's foundation and reputation, they wouldn't make empty promises. The reward would be late, but it would never be absent. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said, how does the Imperial Court want this Qin to start? Sect Master Qin, please don't be impatient. After this matter is reported, I will inform Sect Master of the details. Alright, then this Qin will wait for your news. After saying this, Qin Shujian's body suddenly became illusory. In the next instant, he disappeared into the distance. Spirit God incarnation, he could walk through the world like a real person and silently travel thousands of miles. Cultivators who reached this level. Only then would he be able to truly kill someone from 1,000 miles away. Although the prominent divine stage could be called a grand cultivator. Strictly speaking, only after breaking through to the divine martial stage could one be called a grand cultivator and be qualified to become a grand cultivator. Seeing this, Wu Lang secretly sighed in his heart. At the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian was repairing the array disk when his body suddenly shook slightly. The aura on his body also became thicker. It was also at this moment that the last rune landed, completely repairing the broken disk array. Killing demons is really like dozing off. Someone just happened to give me a pillow. Whatever I lack, it comes. After putting away the array disk, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. Even though he still had more than 2,000 luck points, it was still not enough to go around. If he used it to upgrade a 3-seal Dao artifact, he could upgrade a few. But no matter how powerful a 3-seal Dao artifact was, it was still limited. A Dao artifact of this level could threaten a divine martial stage cultivator, but it was difficult to threaten a heaven stage cultivator. Unless the Dao artifact reached 4-seal or above. Or else, no matter how many 3-seal Dao artifacts there were, it would be difficult to qualitatively change after reaching a critical point. As for converting life force, more than 2,000 luck points could at most be converted into more than 200 million life force. It was still a problem whether it could upgrade the origin returning ancestral cannon by 1 stage. He shook his head. Qin Shujian immediately got up and went down the peak of Mount Liang, walking towards the forging hall. Although he had the spirit god incarnation, he did not need to do it himself most of the time. But Qin Shujian was still used to doing it himself. Although the spirit god incarnation seemed light, it was not really that good. Not to mention that the spirit god incarnation was much weaker than the original body. Once the spirit god incarnation was destroyed, it would also be heavily injured. So, even though there were many divine martial stage cultivators, very few people would use the spirit god incarnation to travel the world. Because if they were not careful, the spirit god incarnation would be destroyed. Then, they would not even have a place to cry. The current foundry hall was much larger than before. With the new sect rules, some disciples who did not have the confidence to kill monsters above their level would choose to learn an auxiliary method to deal with the assessment. In the entire origin sect, there were only the alchemy, forging, and formation halls. Among them, the formation hall also needed to fight. Only the alchemy and forging halls were considered true auxiliary professions. So, many disciples rushed into the 2 halls, wanting to learn an extra method. In this way, this caused the number of disciples in the forging hall to skyrocket. As a result, the original forging hall could no longer accommodate so many people and had to be expanded. When Qin Shujian arrived, there were many disciples in the forging hall. When they saw the sect master, they could not help but bow and salute. Greetings, sect master. Among these people, there were naturally players as well. Originally, with the character of players, they would not be used to doing things like this. However, the longer they stayed in the game, the more these people were subtly influenced. Their style of doing things was also closer to the native humans of this world. Other than the ability to continuously resurrect, there was not much difference between players and the people in the game world. After all, the game had started for more than 3 years. It was enough for many people to treat this place as a second world. One had to know that in an ordinary person's life, how many 3 years could they spend? For many people, 3 years was enough to experience many things. Although the flow of time in the game world was different from the real world, and it was naturally impossible for so much time to pass in the real world, it was 3 years in the game. This could not be faked. It was also at this moment. Shen Yuqing also received the news of Qin Shujian's arrival. He walked out of the inner hall and cupped his hands. I didn't know that the sect master was coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. While speaking, he did not immediately ask Qin Shujian why he was here. Instead, he turned sideways and said, Sect master, please follow me inside and have a seat. Okay. Then, the 2 of them walked into the inner hall one after another. As for the other disciples, when they saw this, some doubts arose in their hearts. They did not understand why Qin Shujian suddenly came here. Since the establishment of the forging hall until now, the number of times this sect master had come to the forging hall could be counted on one hand. Even those who had joined the forging hall for more than half a year had not seen Qin Shujian come even once. Now that they suddenly saw him, it was inevitable that they would be a little curious. Just as the others were puzzled, Qin Shujian had already entered the inner hall with Shen Yuqing. Qin Shujian was there. Shen Yuqing, the hall master, naturally could not sit in the main seat. Instead, he consciously sat in the seat below the main seat. As for the original main seat, naturally, it was Qin Shujian who was sitting in the main seat. After sitting down, Shen Yuqing could not help but ask curiously, "Sect Master, why did you suddenly come here this time? Now, in the forging hall's warehouse, how many materials above the 6th level are there?" Hearing this, Shen Yuqing pondered for a while and said, "There are about 400 pounds of materials above the 6th level, but most of them are of the 6th and 7th level. As for the 8th and 9th level, they are relatively rare. Count the value of these materials. How many contribution points are they worth? I want all of them." Chapter 414. When Qin Shujian arrived. Shen Yuqing had guessed that he was here for the materials. After all, he had come here a few times. Basically, it was for this matter. However, after hearing Qin Shujian's words, he was still stunned for a moment. Then, he said, "Sect Master, if we take away all the 6th grade and above materials from the warehouse, then the forging hall will be short of materials in a short period of time. 6th grade materials. High-grade blacksmiths would occasionally need them. No matter what. The forging hall also needed some high-grade materials as backup. Otherwise, when they needed them, they would find that the warehouse was already an empty shell." Qin Shujian said, "As for the forging hall, as long as we issue some tasks, it will not take long for the materials to be replenished. Then please follow me, Sect Master." Hearing this, Shen Yuqing did not insist. In the end, although he was the forging hall master and was in charge of all the affairs of the forging hall, that was under the premise that Qin Shujian was not here. If Qin Shujian was here, as the hall master, he still had to listen to the other party's orders. Soon, after a simple inventory of the value of the materials in the forging hall, Qin Shujian transferred the corresponding contribution points to Shen Yuqing. Then, he took away all the materials. Looking at the empty storeroom, Shen Yuqing felt helpless. Then, Qin Shujian found Zheng Fang again and said, "I need the number of disciples of each grade in the Yuan sect, as well as the internal and external deacons and guest elders. Give me the specific data within a day." "Okay." Zheng Fang nodded. Although he did not know what Qin Shujian wanted the data for, it was not difficult to get it. Then, Zheng Fang passed down the order. It was said to be a day, but in fact, in half a day, he got all the things that Qin Shujian wanted. At the peak of Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian held a jade stone in his hand. Then, his divine sense landed on it. All the information surged into his mind. This was a brief information about everyone in the Yuan sect. 23,274. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered when he saw the total number of people on the screen. He only knew that there were more than 20,000 people in the Yuan sect. However, this was the first time he knew the exact number. Shortly after, Qin Shujian closed his eyes slightly, and immediately, his spirit overflowed. Then, a pure yang aura spread out, and an avatar that looked exactly like him appeared. Spirit God Incarnation. Qin Shujian opened his eyes and looked at the incarnation in front of him. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind and he swiped his finger in front of him. The Spirit God avatar suddenly split into 2 Spirit God avatars. But there was a difference. The bodies of these 2 Spirit God incarnations were also very dignified. However, their auras had weakened a lot. But it didn't stop there. 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8, 8 divided into 16. Very soon, 16 spirit deity clones appeared on the peak of Mount Liang. The auras emitted by these 16 spirit deity clones weren't very strong. They were between the prominent divine stage and the divine martial stage. Their originally corporeal bodies also became somewhat illusory. Looking at the 16 spirit deity clones before him, Qin Shujian's expression remained the same. Regardless of whether it was 16 spirit deity clones or 1 spirit deity clones, they were all formed by his spirit deity. They were also a part of his divine consciousness and were completely under his control. Let's begin, Qin Shujian said indifferently. Then, he took out a lot of 6th grade materials from his storage ring. In the next instant, the red lotus of purgation had already been activated, wrapping all the materials within it. After the transformation, the red lotus of purgation's refining power was many times stronger than when it was in the Wisdom King Hellfire. However, in less than half an hour, all the 6th grade materials had been completely melted. Shortly after, Qin Shujian and the 16 spirit deity clones condensed numerous runes in the air and then inserted them into the melted materials. Refining. This time, Qin Shujian wanted to refine an identity token. This was different from refining a spirit artifact or Dao artifact. The identity token didn't need to be of a high grade, but it involved some ingenious methods. These methods, they were slowly refined by Qin Shujian during this period of time with his own forging grandmaster level. The difficulty of refining an identity token wasn't high. It only involved contribution points, so it required some unique methods. Otherwise, even an ordinary high-grade forging master would be able to refine it. However, there were more than 23,000 disciples in the Origin sect. If he wanted to refine an identity token, he would need more than 23,000 pieces. This was a huge amount of work. Before Qin Shujian had broken through to the God Martial realm, it would have taken him at least a month to complete the refinement by himself. However, after he broke through to the divine martial stage, with the help of the spirit deity clones, it was much easier to refine it. 2 days later, in the inherited martial hall, Qin Shujian gathered the other elders and said in a deep voice, "Collect all the identity tokens in the sect in 2 days and then give them to me. In the next few days, there will be some changes to the contribution point system." Sect Master, what do you mean? I've already refined a new batch of identity tokens. In the future, everyone's contribution points can be traded freely. However, there will be restrictions on the exchange of items in the sect. Exchange restrictions? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded and explained, for example, outer disciples can only exchange for first-level elixirs and then have a chance to exchange for second-level elixirs every 3 months. As for inner disciples, they can exchange for second-level elixirs and have a chance to exchange for third-level elixirs every month, and so on. In addition, disciples of the same level can exchange items, but higher-level disciples can't exchange items with lower-level disciples. If an inner disciple exchanges for second-level elixirs and then trades with an outer disciple, it's not allowed. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, the sect allows disciples to report each other. Once it's verified, the disciple will be fined 3 times the amount of the goods traded. In addition, the person who reports can get 1/3 of the fine. Inside the main hall, Qin Shujian spoke out his thoughts in full. He had seriously considered these things long ago. After all, he didn't have any experience in establishing a sect, so there would always be some loopholes in the sect. What Qin Shujian had to do now was to gradually perfect it. Seeing the slightly changed expressions of these elders, Qin Shujian said, "There are no restrictions on the exchange of items between inner and outer sect elders, but it's also forbidden to trade with other disciples. If the situation is serious, the elder will be directly removed from the position. In addition, the sect will set up a sundry hall. After the disciples turn in all the items that need to be exchanged for contribution points, they will be stored in the sundry hall. As for the items that others need, they will also have to exchange from the sundry hall. This includes the alchemy, weapon refining, and array formation halls." Hearing this, Shen Yuqing and the others' expressions didn't change. In fact, there was no difference between exchanging with the sundry hall and exchanging with the disciples. It was just an extra transaction. Moreover, if they needed, they could directly exchange with the disciples and didn't need to go through the sundry hall indirectly. The sundry hall wasn't so much for the elders, but for the ordinary disciples. After all, some disciples with auxiliary professions who wanted to refine things, the 3 halls wouldn't provide materials. In this case, they would either have to find it themselves or exchange with other disciples. As for the items in the storehouses of the 3 halls, Most of them were used by the higher-ups and were rarely given to the ordinary disciples. But now there was a sundry hall. Thus, these disciples would have an additional channel of exchange. Speaking of this, Qin Shujian looked at Shu Yuanming and said in a deep voice, Elder Shu Yuanming will be in charge of the sundry hall. Yes, sir. Shu Yuanming was happy in his heart, but his face was still calm. He cupped his hands and solemnly replied. Originally, he was in charge of Yuan sect's finances and already had a lot of real power, but that was only in the dark. But now that he was in charge of the sundry hall, his power was already comparable to the three elders. Suddenly, even Niu Feng and Zhong Tianyu's faces changed a little. The only one who was able to keep a straight face was Zheng Fang. Also, Qin Shujian paused for a moment before continuing, I will open a Yuan pavilion in Liangshan City. Everyone will be able to post missions there, and there will also be people who will be able to accept missions there. But every time a mission is posted and accepted, our sect will take a certain percentage. Our sect's disciples can also post missions in Yuan Pavilion using contribution points. Anyone who accepts a mission will also be rewarded with contribution points after completing the mission. Like the sect's disciples, cultivators from the outside world who have the identity token of Yuan Pavilion and have enough contribution points can also exchange for spiritual pills, cultivation techniques, martial arts, and other treasures in the sect. Moreover, according to the number and difficulty of missions completed in Yuan Pavilion, the people who complete the missions will also be divided into ranks. As for the function of the ranks, it is to unlock the exchange restrictions. The higher the rank, the better the items that can be exchanged. Boom. Qin Shujian's words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in Chengwu Hall. Even the calm Zheng Fang's face changed at this moment. If this method was implemented, it would be very effective. Then Yuan sect's contribution points would be given a different meaning to a certain extent. Moreover, this influence was far more than just that. Finally, an elder could not help but ask, Sect Master, if this is the case, wouldn't our sect's cultivation techniques and martial arts be leaked out? This is not good for our sect's inheritance. What's not good about it? Now that we have more than 20,000 disciples in Yuan sect, can you guarantee that no cultivation techniques or martial arts will be leaked out? Qin Shujian shook his head and retorted. So what if we give you an upper divine level cultivation technique? Without the corresponding talent, how can you achieve anything? Moreover, even if you really achieve something, it won't affect our Yuan sect. The number of experts in the world is incalculable. One more or one less, what difference can it make? Chapter 4:15. As for elixirs and weapons, our sect already sells them to the outside world. Now, we're just changing the method. Qin Shujian had long expected this, and spoke frankly with assurance. As for the issue of whether it was possible to privately impart martial arts to outsiders, he wasn't too worried. Everyone was selfish. No one would unconditionally share what they had worked hard to obtain with others. As for the benefits, then, the person who paid would have to seriously consider whether there were any problems with the martial arts that they had obtained. If something went wrong with the cultivation, losing money would be the least of it. In serious cases, they might even lose their lives. In this way, the possibility of profiting wantonly after exchanging for a martial arts was basically not much. As long as another order was issued, all those who exchanged for martial arts and profited without permission would be killed by Yuan sect. In addition, people would be encouraged to report it. Once it was confirmed, a certain reward would be given. In this way, these problems wouldn't be completely eliminated, but it would be reduced by 99%. Hearing this, Zheng Fang pondered for a while, and then said, Sect Master, although you're right, there's one thing that needs to be known. If this method is implemented, it would be unfair to the disciples of the sect. In this way, I'm afraid it would cause quite a stir. For many people, if Yuan Pavilion was really established, it would be easy for others to feel indignant when they exchanged for martial arts and techniques through contribution points. Why did they have to work so hard to enter the sect, and finally get these opportunities? Now, These people could enjoy similar treatment as them after taking a few tasks. These things might not erupt in a short period of time. But if it accumulated for a long time, it would definitely form resentment. Qin Shujian naturally had thought of this problem, so after Zheng Fang spoke, he also explained. Of course, it's not the same as the disciples of the sect. For example, if a level 1 elixir is exchanged for in the sect, it will cost 15 contribution points to exchange for in Yuan Pavilion. If the level of Yuan Pavilion is high enough, then the price difference will be reduced accordingly. But even if it's a higher level, there will still be a 10% premium. The disciples of the sect would be dissatisfied. In the end, it was because both sides were treated equally. As long as the two were separated, the problem would be much smaller. Qin Shujian wasn't too worried about whether such a high premium would deter others. There were some things. It was not something that could be bought with money. There were simply too many treasures that were priceless. Not to mention anything else. Just the high-grade cultivation methods and martial arts were not something that ordinary people could get their hands on. It was even more so for some high-grade pills and spirit weapons. In the end, many of the resources in the sect were difficult to exchange in the outside world. Unless one had a certain status, one might be able to obtain them. And the premium was so serious. Would there be any sect disciples who would privately trade with outsiders? It was still the same sentence. Nothing could be perfect. It was understandable that there would be some loopholes occasionally. Moreover, there was a reporting system. If these disciples could deceive everyone, then even if they had the ability, if they were exposed, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless as the sect master. At this moment, the entire inherited martial hall fell silent. Everyone was recalling every word that Qin Shujian had just said in their minds. It had to be said. These were things that they had never thought of. This was because, in their understanding, every sect would do such a thing. Qin Shujian's method was more like announcing the entire Yuan sect to the public. But at the same time, if this method was implemented, then the reputation of the sect would definitely increase greatly. It would even have a high status in the cultivation world. After a long time, Xu Yuanming's expression was solemn as he said word by word, "Sect Master, this could be said to be a precedent. If this were to spread out, our sect's influence in the cultivation world would definitely increase greatly." However, as he spoke, he looked at Qin Shujian. Once this method is implemented, there will definitely be other sects that will follow suit. If we only open Yuan pavilions in Liangshan City, then our influence will be limited. When other sects follow suit, our influence will be further weakened. Since we are going to do it, then we have to expand our influence to the maximum. So I suggest that we open Yuan pavilions in all the cities that our sect has influence over. This way, even if other sects follow suit, it would be difficult for them to compete with us. After he finished speaking, a shocked expression appeared on some people's faces. How big was Yuan sect's influence? It covered the entire 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty. According to Xu Yuanming's suggestion, it would cause a huge commotion for the entire Yuan sect. After Xu Yuanming finished speaking, Zheng Fang nodded slightly and said, "Elder Xu's suggestion is feasible. In addition, this old man also suggests that we open Yuan pavilions to the public and exchange treasures for contribution points. In my opinion, it is more appropriate to directly take contribution points from the silver that Sect Master mentioned earlier. Once a mission is issued, the person who issued the mission will have to pay a portion of the contribution points in advance. If the mission is completed, there will be an additional commission. If the mission fails, then the contribution points of the person who issued the mission will be refunded. As for the contribution points paid by the person who accepted the mission, they will not be refunded. In this way, our sect's profits will not be low." Through Qin Shujian's words just now, in a short period of time, Zheng Fang already had an idea to add to it. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also nodded and smiled. "I did not think of Great Elder's words before. Previously, he had only thought of taking a commission and had not thought of using contribution points to replace it. But now that he thought about it, if this was the case, it would be easier for Yuan sect's influence to increase. However, If they opened up the exchange function, Yuan sect would not be able to take any commission here. Otherwise, if there was a difference in price, there would definitely be people who would profit from it. It was the same. If they did this, the sect would become even more lacking in manpower. As for the problem of manpower, Qin Shujian also had some ideas in his heart. Although there were only 20,000 or so Yuan Zong disciples, ever since Yuan Zong allowed some of the disciples to go out and open dojos, as well as businesses in various places, the number of people who were labeled as Yuan Zong, although they did not appear to be part of Yuan Zong, had actually reached an extremely large number. These people basically took care of some businesses in various places and occasionally sent some talented disciples to the sect. Under such circumstances, naturally, they could also mobilize these people to take care of Yuan Pavilion. Such a negative effect was at most giving up some businesses. Compared to the huge profits that Yuan Pavilion could bring in the future, giving up some businesses was just a drop in the ocean. Qin Shujian was very clear about how to distinguish the long-term benefits. After a round of discussion, with that, the matter was settled. What he needed to do next was to collect the identity badges of the sects. During this period, it also caused some commotion. However, under the suppression of many elders, there was not much of a disturbance. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian took out the identity badges of all the disciples from his storage ring. Then, he enveloped them with his vast divine consciousness. In an instant, all the information in the identity tokens appeared in his mind. Qin Shujian held his breath as he recorded all the information he had received. After breaking through to the God Martial realm, the spiritual god had become extremely powerful. It was no longer as simple as having a photographic memory. As long as he scanned any information, no matter how complicated it was, he could firmly remember it in his mind. Subsequently, Qin Shujian drove the red lotus of purgation and wrapped all the identity tokens in it. Then he saw all the identity tokens melt and then gradually condense into a weak fire lotus. This is, when he saw the fire lotus, his face showed a look of astonishment. Originally, he just wanted to destroy the original identity tokens, but seeing the fire lotus condense was completely unexpected. Looking at the familiar fire lotus in front of him, Qin Shujian thought and took back the red lotus of purgation. Then he stretched out his hand and held the weak fire lotus. Subsequently, he then turned his attention to his attribute panel. As expected, after absorbing the fire lotus, the life force column directly jumped. Seeing the increase in the amount of life force, Qin Shujian had a general answer in his mind. The increased life force should be the life force that was consumed when I exchanged for the identity tokens. It seems that this thing can be recycled. And judging from the increased life force, it should be 100%. In this case, it's not a loss. He was in a good mood that the identity tokens could be recycled. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. For Qin Shujian, who was now extremely short of life force, every bit of life force that entered his account was worth celebrating. After absorbing the fire lotus, Qin Shujian finally took out the batch of identity tokens that he had refined before from the storage ring. Subsequently, the spiritual god turned into silk threads and spread out, wrapping all the identity tokens. Then, according to the memory in his mind, he wrote the corresponding information on the blank identity tokens. This process consumed a lot of divine thought power. Even though Qin Shujian had now broken through to the God Martial realm, he still had to write in 2 batches. And after each writing, he had to take a short break for an hour. It took him half a day. He finally finished writing all the identity tokens. After doing all this, Qin Shujian left his courtyard and handed the medallions to the elders of the inner sect so that they could distribute them. As the tokens were distributed, another reform of the Yuan sect was officially heard by all the disciples. In an instant, there was another uproar. Chapter 416. If one were to say that the previous rules of the disciple assessment were only a change, then the change in the contribution point system this time could be considered a complete reform. The sect disciples could no longer exchange for high-level treasures without limit. This way, some disciples were forced to raise their level. Or else, the resources they could obtain were limited. Just like exchanging for pills. Outer sect disciples in the basic realm usually only needed to consume level 1 or 2 pills. However, after reaching the peak of one's chi and blood, consuming level 1 spirit pills would no longer be of any use. Only level 2 spirit pills would have an effect. As for some obstacles, one would even need to consume level 3 spirit pills to have a chance of breaking through. However, outer sect disciples could only exchange for level 3 pills every 3 months. This was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. As for inner sect disciples, they had a chance to exchange for level 4 pills every month. Most of the people who could become inner sect disciples were in the true martial realm. Level 4 pills were also extremely needed. This way, these disciples were forced to raise their level in exchange for the convenience of exchanging. However, after raising their level, this meant that the difficulty of the assessment would increase every time, and they had to find a way to maintain it. Additionally, there was also something that made these disciples excited. That was, contribution points could be freely exchanged. This was undoubtedly more convenient for some people. Although there would be some players who would wantonly buy contribution points, Qin Shujian had already expected this. That was why he set up a level exchange system. This way, even if some players had a large amount of contribution points, they wouldn't be able to use them. Additionally, Yuan Zhong also announced a new rule. In the past, as long as the contribution points reached the target, they could use the contribution points to raise their level. However, it was different now. When outer sect disciples were promoted to inner sect disciples, other than paying 500 contribution points, they also had to be tested for their realm. Only when they broke through to the true martial realm could they be promoted to inner sect disciples. As for inner sect disciples being promoted to elite disciples, other than paying the corresponding contribution points, they also needed to raise their cultivation to the spirit god realm. In other words, now, contribution points alone weren't enough. They also needed a corresponding realm. Otherwise, even if they wanted to be promoted, they wouldn't have the chance. After this news was spread, the entire Yuan Zone was filled with cries. F***CK. Why is there such a big reform? I didn't hear anything about it before. Sure enough, Mount Liang's fort master has the final say. This punch really caught me off guard. After hearing the news, Liu Dazhong was stunned on the spot. Then, he complained loudly. Loss. It was a huge loss. This was the only thought in his mind. Before the system was reformed, no one had received any news about it. In addition, there was still the sect competition, so they were all waiting for some weak idiot to raise their sect's level. When the grand competition comes, I will snatch it from him in one go. But now, it was completely unexpected. Liu Dazhong clutched his chest, his heart aching so much that he couldn't breathe. Looking at the more than 10,000 contribution points on his identity token, as well as his status as an inner disciple, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized. These 10,000 over contribution points were probably going to be wasted. Besides consuming a certain amount of contribution points, an inner court disciple had to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm to be promoted to an elite disciple. For the players at this stage of the game, there were some at the peak of the true martial realm, but the domain enlightened spirit god realm was a threshold. So far, only a handful of people had reached this level. As for the promotion of elite disciples to personal disciples, one had to be at the airborne realm. This was a huge threshold. It could be said that, as soon as this rule came out, many players who had saved their contribution points and were unwilling to advance their level felt like they had wasted their contribution points. It was still okay to be promoted to an elite disciple. They might be able to reach the domain enlightened spirit god realm after spending a few months. However, if they wanted to be promoted to a personal disciple, they could forget about it without spending a few years. Now, there was an additional level exchange system. In other words, for those who hadn't advanced, even if they had contribution points, they might not be able to exchange them for the things they needed. Miao Yuqing said in a serious voice, the sect is clearly not giving us a chance to slack off. Sigh. Liu Dazhong also let out a long sigh when he heard that. This move, it was really too late to dodge. No matter how much he planned, he still fell into the hands of Mount Liang's fortmaster in the end. He almost didn't need to think carefully to know who came up with this idea. It was only when that Mount Liang's fortmaster personally gave the order that this matter would be carried out without any prior notice. This was also the benefit of the sect having the say. No matter what decision. As long as the sect master gave the order, there would basically be no twists and turns. If it were other sects that had been passed down for a few generations, some things wouldn't be so easy to decide. As this news spread out, there were many people like Liu Dazhong who beat their feet and stomped their chests. After many people were promoted to inner disciples, they temporarily didn't raise their sect's level if it wasn't necessary. They just jested on their current level. Although they still had to complete the assessment mission, the difficulty of the assessment was much lower than that of the elite personal disciples. But now that this system was out, they realized they couldn't mess around anymore. If they wanted to mess around, they wouldn't be able to exchange resources. If they fell one step behind, they would fall behind. And just when they wanted to advance, they discovered another problem. They couldn't advance. The reason was that they weren't strong enough. This kind of operation made a bunch of people very uncomfortable. Immediately, a frenzy of cultivation was set off in the sect. But for the players, cultivation was something that they would only do when there were no monsters to farm. Under the premise that they could farm monsters, it was naturally much easier to go out and farm monsters to increase their strength. As for the Dao artifacts in the weapon hall, Qin Shujian directly set an exchange level for them. Only the core disciples and the various managing elders were qualified to exchange for them. As for the others, even if they had gathered 1,000,000 contribution points, they could only look at it and couldn't touch it. The dreams of the players who had originally scrimped and saved to gather 1,000,000 contribution points to exchange for the Dao artifacts were directly shattered. The changes in Yuan sect weren't small at all. Not only were the sects affected, but the other sects were affected as well. Everyone could understand. The current Yuan sect as a whole was moving closer to a top sect. In the past, although Yuan sect had the title of a top sect, it was because of Qin Shujian's reputation. In terms of structure, it was not much different from the sects of the major regions. Even if it was compared to the major sects of the major regions, it was still a little lacking. But now that it was reforming, people could see what a top sect should look like. Perhaps it wouldn't have any effect in a short period of time. But in a few decades or 100 years, Yuan sect would definitely have a foundation comparable to a top sect. When that time came, only then would it truly be considered a top sect. And not like now, where its reputation was supported by a single person. If Qin Shujian accidentally fell, Yuan sect would directly fall from its position as a top sect. As for the other sects of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, after hearing about Yuan sect's reforms, they also had some intentions of following suit. After all, there was only one overlord in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. If they made any changes, it would easily cause the other sects to follow suit. Moreover, there were some people with foresight. They could also see whether such a reform was good or bad for the sect. There would definitely be some drawbacks. But in reality, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Now that Yuan sect is boldly and decisively reforming the sect, it won't be long before its strength rises again. I don't know if it's good or bad for our Blue Cloud sect to exist in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Qing Shu's face was bitter, no longer as calm as before. Ever since Yuan sect's power had grown stronger, the pressure he had to bear had increased. Especially since the Blue Cloud sect was located in the original Blue River True Dominion, which was close to Yuan sect's sphere of influence, he felt as if he was treading on thin ice. Given the current relationship between the Blue Cloud sect and Yuan sect, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the Blue Cloud sect could rely on Yuan sect's backing to preserve its legacy. But if they wanted to grow stronger, the difficulty of this task was extraordinarily high. After all, with a top sect beside them, how could they allow others to sleep beside them? Now that the Blue Cloud sect didn't seem to be a threat to them, they allowed it to develop. But if it reached a certain level and Yuan sect felt threatened, the Blue Cloud sect would be annihilated in an instant. But if they left this place, given the current strength of the Blue Cloud sect, it would be difficult for them to gain a foothold in other spirit domains unless they went to other True Dominion. However, there were no benefits in going to the True Dominion. The sect's development would also be restricted. After seeing the vast sky of the spirit domain, the True Dominion was no different from a cage. Therefore, in Qing Shu's opinion, they could neither advance nor retreat in the current situation. The dignified Blue Cloud sect's sect master, who had originally had white hair, seemed to have lost the last bit of black. Sigh. After a long while, Qing Shu shook his head and sighed silently. He still couldn't think of a solution. After all, the Blue Cloud sect was too weak and didn't have the capital to make a name for themselves. We can only do this for now. I hope that Yuan sect will fulfill his promise and give the Blue Cloud sect 20 years of recuperation. Otherwise, the future will be difficult. The sects of the Liang Mountain spirit domain were shaken by Yuan sect's reforms. Just as everyone thought that Yuan sect would stop, a huge commotion broke out. This piece of shocking news immediately blew up the entire cultivation world. In a short period of time, Yuan Zhong's reputation once again rose by a few levels, reaching an unprecedented peak. Within a day, a Yuan pavilion was set up in all the places that were affected by Yuan sect's influence in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. After knowing the function of the Yuan pavilion, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. Chapter 417. Yuan Pavilion. In the Celestial Array sect, after hearing this news, Fang Xinglan's face also revealed a stunned expression. Obviously. He also did not expect the establishment of Yuan Pavilion at all. Martial uncle, Yuan sect has gone too far. Mu Liang, the sect master of the Celestial Array sect, had a face full of anger. To be honest, when he just received the news of Yuan Pavilion's establishment, he was also stunned for a long time. But soon, Mu Liang reacted and immediately came to find Fang Xinglan, hoping to get an idea. Before the establishment of Yuan Pavilion, the various sects in the cultivation world treasured what they had. They valued cultivation techniques and martial arts very much and would not easily impart them to outsiders. It was also because of this reason that most of the powerful cultivators in the cultivation world existed in the sects. Only some lucky rogue cultivators could obtain one or two profound cultivation techniques and make some achievements by chance. Even so, the rogue cultivators in the cultivation world were not qualified to be compared with the sects. In the end, it was still because of the scarcity of cultivation techniques and martial arts. But now, once Yuan Pavilion was established, it would no longer be a problem for rogue cultivators to obtain profound cultivation techniques and martial arts. In this way, it would also have an impact on the status of the sects in the cultivation world. Fang Xinglan said, "Then in your opinion, what do you plan to do? Eradicate all the Yuan pavilions in the Celestial Array sect. But once we do this, the Celestial Array sect will completely fall out with Yuan sect. It's not a good thing to offend a top sect. Yuan sect's move is already digging up our foundation. So what if we offend them? With you, martial uncle, could it be that we are afraid of Qin Shujian?" Mu Liang's face was gloomy as he said coldly. "And this time, it's not just our Celestial Array sect. The establishment of Yuan Pavilion will also affect other sects. So what if Yuan sect is powerful? If they want to go against the entire cultivation world, even a top sect will not have a good ending." In his opinion, it was only because of Qin Shujian's existence that the Sky Origin sect could barely maintain the title of a top sect. They were just array masters. The Celestial Array sect was the same. In Mu Liang's opinion, Fang Xinglan had been a formation Dao Grandmaster for several hundred years. Even if Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, he hadn't stepped into the cultivation world for long. He might not be a match for his martial uncle. In addition, the matter of the dimensional Yuan Pavilion wasn't just a matter of one or two sects. This was also the reason why he wanted to declare war against Yuan Zhong. Hearing these words, Fang Xinglan shook his head slightly, unmoved as he said, The matter of Yuan Pavilion has indeed touched upon the interests of the sect. However, don't forget that everything has its pros and cons. The establishment of the Yuan Pavilion is a bad thing for the sects. However, it is a good thing for the loose cultivators. After all, cultivation techniques and martial arts are hard to come by. Cultivation resources are also hard to come by. Now, Yuan Pavilion has directly provided these people with a hope to reach a higher level. If our Heavenly Array sect were to attack the Yuan Pavilion, then we would have to face not only the Yuan sect, but also the loose cultivators standing on the Yuan sect side. Hearing this, Mu Liang said disdainfully, "They're just some loose cultivators. What can they do?" In his eyes, rogue cultivators were always an existence that could not be brought to the table. Compared to the deep foundation of the sects, these loose cultivators would never be qualified to compete with them. In Mu Liang's view, Fang Xinglan's worries were completely unnecessary. In the cultivation world, the number of loose cultivators is much more than the number of sects. Moreover, the establishment of the Yuan Pavilion will not only allow the loose cultivators to benefit, but some sects and aristocratic families in dire straits will also stand on the Yuan sect side. Fang Xinglan didn't comment and shook his head. These sects and aristocratic families may not lack cultivation techniques and martial arts, but they still lack medicinal pills, spiritual weapons, or other things. These things are difficult to find in the outside world, but the Yuan Pavilion can provide them. Compared to Mu Liang, Fang Xinglan obviously saw further. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The moment a small Yuan Pavilion was established, it already had the ability to pry open the entire cultivation world. As long as one could understand the role of the Yuan Pavilion, they wouldn't want it to disappear. Mu Liang said unwillingly, "Are we just going to let Yuan Zong do this?" Hearing these words, Li Chongshou said. Fang Xinglan didn't answer for a while. There had always been irreconcilable conflicts between the sects and the loose cultivators. In the past, although most of the loose cultivators were dissatisfied with the sects, there wasn't too much conflict. But now it was different. The establishment of the Yuan Pavilion gave them hope. If the sects of the cultivation world took action to eradicate the Yuan Pavilion, then the conflict between the two would be completely ignited. When that time came, it wouldn't be a matter of a few sects. If something went wrong, the entire cultivation world would be in turmoil. After a long silence, Fang Xinglan said in a deep voice, "The Heavenly Array sect can suppress the development of the Yuan Pavilion, but they can't directly destroy it. The loose cultivators are one thing, but Qin Shujian is not as simple as you think. Could it be that Qin Shujian's cultivation in array formation is comparable to martial uncle's? In my opinion, he is already at the peak of the first level of the Master Realm. With his identity as the reincarnation of a powerful figure, he is at least at the second level of the Master Realm. Perhaps the rumored third level of the Master Realm is not impossible." At the mention of Qin Shujian, Fang Xinglan's expression became solemn, and he said in a serious voice, "The history of the human clan is too long, so long that the number of powerful figures born is immeasurable. Even if the other party is the reincarnation of a powerful figure at the third level of the Master Realm, it's not impossible." The third level of the Master Realm. Mu Liang's face was filled with shock. What Fang Xinglan said caused his heart to be greatly shaken. The Yuan Pavilion has taken too big a step this time. Even if the Heavenly Array sect doesn't take action, there will always be other sects who can't help but take action. Let's just wait and see. It's better to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight than to take action personally. In the end, Fang Xinglan said again, and then waved his hand. "Well, I'm a little sleepy. You'd better go deal with the affairs of the sect. Martial nephew, please excuse me." Mu Liang cupped his hands and left respectfully. Although he was the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect. But in terms of strength and seniority, he was far inferior to Fang Xinglan. Towards this martial uncle who was a grand elder, Mu Liang still held a lot of respect in his heart. After all, the reason why the Heavenly Array sect could still maintain its current status was mostly because of this martial uncle. Or else, it would have been very difficult for the Heavenly Array sect to be as stable as it was now. Something similar to the Heavenly Array sect had happened in almost every sect in the cultivation world. In just one day, the Yuan Pavilion had completely spread its influence in the Great Zhao 13 prefectures. This made people understand the power of the top sects, and they were also shocked by the opening of the Yuan Pavilion. They had the same thought as Mu Liang. The first thing these sects thought of was to destroy the Yuan Pavilion within their sphere of influence. This was because the appearance of the Yuan Pavilion had seriously affected the sects. However, not every sect had the capital to go head-to-head with the Yuan Pavilion. The name of a top sect was not as simple as that. It also represented absolute strength. In particular, Qin Shujian's killing of the moon-devouring demon king and killing of the True Dominion's North Cloud Prefecture had given the other sects a great shock. Moreover, the news of Qin Shujian breaking through to the divine martial realm had spread completely. In Liangshan City, there were not only itinerant cultivators, but also spies left behind by these sects. When the other party had broken through, the news had already spread. The spirit god 1,000 feet divine martial art. This news was enough to shock many people. At the same time, Qin Shujian's threat was also increasing. Some top sects knew very well that if one could not perfectly unleash the strength of an array grandmaster in the spirit martial realm, then after breaking through to the divine martial realm, the means of an array grandmaster would be extraordinary. Moreover, after the opening of the Yuan Pavilion, there were things involved behind the scenes. Many people could see that. Therefore, although many sects were dissatisfied, most of them, like the Heavenly Array sect, adopted a wait-and-see attitude and silently watched the development of the situation. However, not all of the sects held a wait-and-see attitude. There were always some sects with deep foundations who felt that the Yuan Pavilion had violated their interests. Therefore, when the Yuan Pavilion was opened, they sent people to destroy it. Liangshan Spirit Protectorate. Yuan Sect, Legacy Hall. The atmosphere in the hall was very gloomy. Everyone had different expressions, but one could see the seriousness between their brows. Even Qin Shujian's expression was a little cold. Zhong Tianyu cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, from the information we received, except for the Baiyun Mansion, the other mansion's Yuan Pavilions have been boycotted by other sects. There are even casualties. If we don't respond to this matter, I'm afraid the Yuan Pavilion's plan will be put on hold. Sect Master, although our sect's strength is not weak, it may not be a good thing if we become enemies with many sects," Fu Gang said in a deep voice with a serious expression. The opening of the Yuan Pavilion. It would certainly affect the interests of other sects. It was not that they did not expect the situation in front of them. But when it really came to this step, Fu Gang and the others realized how difficult it was to deal with this situation. After Fu Gang finished speaking, the others fell into a short silence. Then, they looked at Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian did not say too much. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Zheng Fang. "Great Elder, what do you think we should do next?" Hearing the question, Zheng Fang stroked his beard and pondered for a while before slowly speaking. "If our sect openly becomes enemies with other sects now, even if we can defeat them, our strength will be greatly reduced. Now that the Yuan Pavilion has been opened and the news has been officially spread, as long as we manage the Yuan Pavilion in the Baiyun Mansion well, we can gradually expand the influence of the Yuan sect. Some of the sects and families in decline, as well as the idle cultivators, can be drawn to our side with some time. Therefore, I suggest that we give up the other mansions and concentrate on managing the Baiyun Mansion. When the time is right, things will be much easier." Chapter 4:18. Great Elder's words are true. Xu Yuanming also nodded and agreed. Our sect doesn't need to fight with other sects now. He now knew how big of a loophole his previous proposal was. He only thought about the influence of Yuan Pavilion and the problem of other sects imitating it, but he never thought about how much importance the other sects attached to the inheritance of cultivation techniques. It could be said that most of the problems that Yuan sect was facing now were caused by his previous proposal. But it was not too late to mend the pen after the sheep had been lost. So when Zheng Fang spoke, Xu Yuanming immediately agreed. Yuan sect was a top sect. But the top sects in the Great Zhao dynasty were not as simple as Yuan sect. In the cultivation world, there were many forces that were on par with Yuan sect. It was worth rejoicing. Now in Baiyun Mansion, there were no other top sects except Yuan sect, which also established Yuan sect's power. Therefore, even if the opening of Yuan Pavilion affected the interests of other sects, no sect in Baiyun Mansion dared to resist Yuan Pavilion on the surface for the time being. Even if we retreat, we can't just retreat as we wish. Qin Shujian's face was cold and stern as he said indifferently, "Our sect's current status and reputation were built by killing with a blade and a spear, not by backing down. Everything in the world is like rowing a boat against the current. If we don't advance, we will retreat. Since these sects dare to provoke us, I'll let them see the consequences of going against Yuan sect." Retreat. To be honest, Qin Shujian had never thought about this. Although there was nothing wrong with what Zheng Fang and the others said, in his opinion, Yuan sect had created an unstoppable momentum. The reason why Yuan sect could dominate Baiyun Mansion. Being a top sect was only one of the reasons. The most important reason was that these sects knew that once they provoked Yuan sect, they would only end up with their sect destroyed and their people killed. Any force that dared to go against Yuan sect, they had to seriously consider whether they could bear the risk or not. Once they angered the reason, would it be worth it to lose 1,000 years of foundation in one day? Therefore, this was one of the reasons why Baiyun Mansion still didn't do anything about Yuan Pavilion. However, if Yuanzhong retreated, if that was the case, then the momentum that they had been building up before, even if it didn't completely collapse, it would still be very difficult for them to reach the point where they could directly suppress the cultivation world of an entire prefecture. Of course, Zheng Fang and the others weren't wrong. If Sky Origin's sect took a step back, they would be able to retain enough strength to operate in Baiyun Prefecture. Even if the sects in Baiyun Prefecture were dissatisfied and resisted, they would still have enough strength to suppress them. In comparison, the results of both sides were similar. However, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, had no intention of retreating so easily. When had he, Sovereign Qin, ever retreated without a fight? Hearing the other party's words, the expressions of the other elders became even more solemn. They had a hunch. If they were to really fight, Yuanzhong's losses would not be small. However, even though they were sect elders, they had no right to influence Qin Shujian's decision. It was different from other sects. Yuan sect was created by him. As long as he was still in power, the power that he possessed was not something that other sects could compare with. Qin Shujian said, "How many sects are there that oppose the opening of Yuan Pavilion and have taken action to stop it?" 53 sects. How's their strength? One of the top sects, 13 of the major sects, 31 of the ordinary major sects, and 8 of the major sects of the spirit domain, Zhong Tianyu replied without hesitation. After the other party spoke, before Qin Shujian could speak, the expressions of Fu Gang and the others darkened again. 53 sects. Under such circumstances, the first sect to jump out would definitely not be weak. Even though they had guessed it, they were still shocked when they heard Zhong Tianyu's words. One of the top sects. 13 of the major sects of the major regions. Not to mention other things, just the strength of these 14 sects was already shocking enough. Under the circumstances where they were not considered the top sects. With the current strength of Sky Origin sect, it was still a question whether they could compete with a top sect. In fact, even if they didn't say it, Fu Gang and the others already had an answer in their hearts. With Sky Origin sect's current foundation, it was still far from being able to compete with a top sect. If they were given a few decades, this distance might be reduced to a negligible level. 53 sects, very good. Qin Shujian laughed in anger. 53 sects was just the beginning. If Sky Origin sect did not respond, there would be another 530, or even 5,300 sects that would jump out. Within the Great Zhao 13 prefectures, it was not as simple as 5,300 sects. Now that things had just begun, many sects were in a wait-and-see attitude because of Sky Origin sect's reputation. If Sky Origin sect did not respond, there would be plenty of people who would hit them when they were down. As for those rogue cultivators who had their interests at stake, they might not necessarily take action. Rogue cultivators were rogue cultivators. At the end of the day, it was because they lacked a leader and could not form an effective fighting force. If Sky Origin sect took on this role, then things would be much easier. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian immediately said, "Since the Yuan Pavilion has already been opened, there is no need for it to exist if no mission is issued. Law Enforcing Elder, pass down the message. I want the mission of posting a reward for the 53 sects to be posted in all the Yuan Pavilions before tomorrow." Zhong Tianyu took a deep breath and immediately cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes, he knew. If the Yuan Pavilion posted a reward for the 53 sects, it would be considered as Sky Origin sect's official counterattack. What happened next? If it was not handled well, a war could break out at any time. After passing down the order, Qin Shujian sent out a message again, summoning Zhao Shanlin and the other elders who had gone out to kill demons. After all, the most powerful Dao weapon of the sect. It was all in the hands of these few people. If a war was to break out, the combat power of the Dao weapon could not be ignored. On the other side, after the news of the Yuan Pavilion being opened spread, it had already attracted the attention of many rogue cultivators. After all, this involved not just one or two sects. 4 rogue cultivators who wanted to obtain some profound cultivation techniques and martial arts. The opening of the Yuan Pavilion was of great significance. Although many sects in other prefectures had taken action, either forcing the Yuan Pavilion to close or directly destroying it. But no matter what, the reputation of the Yuan Pavilion had been completely spread. Compared to the huge number of Yuan Pavilions opened by Sky Origin sect, the Yuan Pavilions that had been destroyed were only a few. Until now, there were already many people gathered in the Yuan Pavilion, waiting for something. In the middle of the lobby, there was a blank mission board that was about 10 feet tall. The Yuan Pavilion had just been established. Until now, no one had issued a mission. Everyone was waiting for the first mission to appear. Now that the Yuan Pavilion was facing a situation, many people already knew about it. No one was sure whether Sky Origin sect's move would succeed or not. If they were to exchange for contribution points and issue a mission at this time. If one was not good, it might be a situation where they would lose everything. It was also at this time. There was finally a change on the mission board. Look, a mission has appeared. Damn it, a mission has really appeared. Some people were shocked, some were happy. Of course, 95% of the people who said damn it were players. Not every player would be able to join a sect. Not every player who entered a sect could have a good life. Because there were big and small sects. There were only so many big sects, and the number of disciples they could accommodate was also limited. Compared to the huge number of players, many ordinary players would casually enter a sect and then learn the cultivation techniques and martial arts inside. But this way, the things these players learned were destined not to be good, and their achievements were also limited. For them, if they wanted to obtain higher-level cultivation techniques and martial arts, they could only rely on themselves to fight for them. But killing monsters to level up, earning money to exchange for cultivation techniques and martial arts. To be honest, this would take too long. The strength of the players in the small sects was not very good to begin with. The monsters that they could hunt were also of ordinary strength, and they did not have many valuable items on them. Moreover, higher-level cultivation techniques and martial arts could not be bought with money. Besides having money, one also had to have a sufficient status. The cultivation world had a strong control over higher-level cultivation techniques and martial arts, and did not give rogue cultivators a chance to come in contact with them. So, the players who entered the small sects were basically trapped in an endless cycle. Apart from the players, the local rogue cultivators and the disciples and elders of the small sects were actually in a similar situation. Poor background. Poor start. Then, step by step. In the end, they might not be able to break through to the true martial realm or the spirit martial realm after 100 or 200 years. In the end, they would have to exhaust their lifespan and die. It was not until the appearance of the Yuan Pavilion that these people saw hope. So, when a mission appeared, these people would be so excited. But after a short period of excitement, some people saw the mission on the mission panel, and their expressions changed several times. Level 2 Mission. Kill a Boundless Sect Disciple, Basic Realm Contribution Points, True Martial Realm Contribution Points, Inner Energy Realm Contribution Points, Outer Energy Realm Contribution Points, Spiritual God Realm Contribution Points, Inner Energy Realm Contribution Points, Outer Energy Realm Contribution Points, Spiritual God Realm Contribution Points, 10 contribution points required to accept the mission. Level 4 Mission. Destroy the Boundless Sect, 10,000 contribution points required. To accept the mission, 100 contribution points required to accept the mission. Level 3 Mission. Kill a Tiger's Howl Sect Disciple. Level 5 Mission. Destroy the Tiger's Howl Sect. Level 2 Mission. Kill a Kaiyang Sect Disciple. Level 4 Mission. Destroy the Kaiyang Sect. Level 5 Mission. Kill a Heavenly Corpse Sect Disciple. Basic Realm Contribution Points, True Martial Realm Contribution Points, Inner Energy Realm Contribution Points, 150 Inner Energy Realm Contribution Points, 1,500 Outer Energy Realm Contribution Points, 6,000 Spiritual God Realm Contribution Points, 15,000 Airborne Realm Contribution Points, 50,000 Spiritual God Realm Contribution Points, Divine Martial Realm Contribution Points, 100 contribution points required to accept the mission. Level 7 Mission. Destroy the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Reward, 2 million contribution points required to accept the mission, 1,000 contribution points required to accept the mission. On the mission panel, a dense list of missions appeared, filling up the entire panel. They were all the same. It was either to kill a sect disciple or to destroy a sect. Just from the words of the mission, everyone could feel an extremely dense killing intent. However, some people even noticed the backgrounds of the sects that had the bounty on the mission panel. Chapter 419. If I remember correctly, the Tiger's Howl sect should be a sect of the Southwind Mansion. The Boundless Sect, isn't that a great sect of the spirit domain? Looking at the contents of the missions, many people's expressions changed. Perhaps not every sect's reputation could spread throughout the entire Great Jiao cultivation world. But some great sects of great domains could still achieve this. However, what really shocked them was the last mission. The Heavenly Corpse Sect, a top sect, the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Someone cried out in surprise. The Heavenly Corpse Sect. It was a top sect that was no weaker than the Yuan sect. In terms of when it became famous, the Heavenly Corpse Sect was already a top sect 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. Now, its foundation was even more frighteningly deep. But what no one expected was that the Yuan sect would have a bounty on the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Looking at all the previous missions, it was not difficult to see that all the missions came from the same force. This was even more shocking. It was not as simple as 1 or 2 sects. If one counted carefully, there were a total of 53 sects. Among them, there were top sects like the Heavenly Corpse Sect and also large sects like the Tiger's Howl Sect. With so many sects collectively having a bounty on them, people could not help but be shocked. Soon, someone said, I heard that after the Yuan sect was established in the Great Jiao 13 prefectures, it encountered resistance from many sects and was even directly wiped out. In my impression, the forces that took action are somewhat consistent with the bounty on them. If that's the case, these sects do seem somewhat familiar. Hiss. After being reminded, the others looked at the names of the sects seriously and sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. It was no secret that some sects had taken action to resist the Yuan sect. Some people had even received the news that some sects had taken action to destroy the Yuan sect. Not everyone knew the names of the sects that took action, but there were always 1 or 2 who recognized them. Comparing the sects in their minds with the bounty on the mission board, everyone was shocked to find that the sects that took action, they were almost exactly the same as the sects on the mission board. Exactly the same. Thinking of this, someone suddenly said in shock, could it be that this mission was issued by the Yuan sect? Is the Yuan sect declaring war on the 53 sects? Hearing these words, Li Chengshou said. Everyone else was stunned in place. declaring war on 53 sect. Among them, there was no lack of large sects, and there was even a top-notch sect. This Yuan Zong, wasn't this a little too arrogant? So the Liangshan Stronghold Master is still the same old Liangshan Stronghold Master. You're still so arrogant. I really like you. The sects are monopolizing the cultivation world. Seems like the Sky Origin sect is determined to go against the sects. The players were happy to see this happen, and many of them even had looks of excitement on their faces. To them, what 53 sects? None of that was important. What was important was, are there any quests for me to accept? Are there any rewards for me to receive? The players who could come to Yuan Pavilion were basically not doing well. If they didn't have any fortuitous encounters, they would continue to be mediocre. Now that there was an opportunity in front of them, these players had no reason to reject it. As for the other native humans, their expressions were unsettled at this moment. Originally, he thought that Sky Origin sect would choose to retreat when the sects interfered. The reason why they had gathered here was because of the last bit of hope in the hearts of these rogue cultivators. But now, looking at the missions on the mission board, many people fell into a dilemma. In the end, someone's expression hardened, and he directly yelled, F***CK, it's already not easy to get high-level cultivation techniques and martial arts. Now that there's finally a Yuan Pavilion to exchange for, the 53 sects want to destroy it and maintain the sect's monopoly. What's the difference between destroying one's future and murdering one's parents? Since Sky Origin sect has taken the lead, we have no reason to be afraid. Anyway, if there's no other fortuitous encounter, I'll just stay like this for the rest of my life. If I take the risk now, I might have a chance to go further. In the eyes of ordinary people, cultivators who could step into the cultivation world were superior to others. But only the cultivators themselves knew. Without sects, without resources, without cultivation techniques and martial arts, how difficult would it be to live? Stepping into the cultivation world. Some people did it for fame, some for profit, and some for longevity. But all of this couldn't be separated from basic cultivation techniques. Without cultivation techniques, everything was like a pavilion in the sky, just empty talk. However, 95% of the cultivation techniques and martial arts in the cultivation world were firmly in the hands of the sects. They didn't give rogue cultivators any chance at all. If one wanted to enter a sect, unless one had excellent aptitude, it was impossible. In this way, without cultivation techniques and without talent, rogue cultivators were destined to be unable to achieve anything. In this case, rogue cultivators didn't have the capital to resist the sects. But now it was different. The establishment of Yuan Pavilion gave rogue cultivators hope, and Sky Origin sect's declaration of war against the 53 sects gave them the confidence to fight against the sects. With a top sect in front of them, this was a chance for rogue cultivators. If they lost this chance, then even if they waited for thousands of years, they might not be able to stand out. So, when that person finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in, that's right, the sects control cultivation techniques and resources, and don't treat us as humans at all. Today, I'll go against them. Where's the mission? F***CK, how do I accept the mission? I want to accept it. While talking, many people had already rushed to the window to accept the mission. Jiang Quan shouted in a deep voice, don't crowd, come one by one. In addition, accepting the mission requires the corresponding contribution points. If you don't have contribution points, you need to exchange them first before accepting the mission. How do I exchange them for contribution points? Can I use silver? Hearing this, the people at the front immediately asked. If you use silver to exchange, 200 taels of silver can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. You can also use other valuable things to exchange for the corresponding contribution points. Jiang Quan said in a clear voice, and his voice instantly covered the noise of the scene. In addition, to accept the mission, you need to pay 100 contribution points to register your identity. Only when you have the Yuan Pavilion identity token can you accept the corresponding mission. What? You need 100 contribution points to register? Hearing this, Some people immediately revealed a pained expression. 100 contribution points. That was 20,000 taels of silver. This wasn't a small amount. At least not every rogue cultivator could take out 20,000 taels of silver. If they could take it out so easily, they wouldn't be rogue cultivators. Jiang Quan said, "Don't think that 100 contribution points is a lot. There's a defensive formation in the identity token. Even if you face an inner aura cultivator, it can resist for 15 minutes. And as long as you upgrade yourself to the level of a silver token envoy, the original 100 contribution points will be returned." Silver token envoy. After registering in the Yuan Pavilion, there's also a division of identity levels. The beginning is the Iron token envoy. As the number of missions completed increases, you can be promoted to Bronze token envoy and Silver token envoy. Correspondingly, the items that could be exchanged for would increase with each level. And the higher the identity level, the cheaper the things you can exchange. Speaking of this, Jiang Quan smiled and continued to explain. For example, if he doesn't set the exchange level limit for a divine level technique, an Iron token envoy will need 5 million contribution points to exchange, while a Bronze token envoy will only need 4,500,000. Then, a Silver token envoy will only need 4 million to exchange. If you can upgrade to the highest level, you may only need 5 or 600,000. Of course, there's also a level limit for a divine level technique. Currently, without the level of a gold token envoy, there's no way to exchange for it. I'm just making a simple analogy. Hearing this, the others finally understood what the Yuan Pavilion's system was like. For a moment, these people's hearts became even more lively. They didn't forget that Jiang Quan had mentioned a divine level technique in his words just now. One had to know. A divine level technique had the qualification to directly lead to the god martial arts realm. So after Jiang Quan finished speaking, someone immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked anxiously, "You mean, as long as you're promoted to a gold token envoy, you can exchange for a divine level technique?" Of course. Hiss. And besides divine level techniques, 9th level elixirs, spiritual weapons, Dao weapons, and guru formations can all be exchanged with contribution points. As long as your level is high enough, you will have the corresponding contribution points. As Jiang Quan spoke, there was a hint of pride on his face. Our Yuan sect is a top sect. What don't we have? As long as you have enough contribution points, everything will not be a problem. Divine level techniques, 9th level elixirs, spiritual weapons, Dao weapons, guru formations. The words that came out of Jiang Quan's mouth caused the others to go crazy. These things. Weren't they what they had always longed for but never had the chance to get? Now that Yuan sect had given them this opportunity, these people naturally wouldn't give up. So, as Jiang Quan spoke, some people immediately turned and left in a hurry. These people didn't want to leave. They wanted to go home to get money or things that could be exchanged for contribution points. However, there were also some people who directly took out banknotes or treasures that they carried with them and exchanged them for the corresponding contribution points. Just like the scene in front of them. It was almost just a condensed shadow. In just a short 1 or 2 years, Yuan sect had secretly spread out the hands of many people and set up shops and businesses in various cities. Now, with Qin Shujian's order, most of these businesses were directly closed and turned into Yuan pavilions. Even though the 53 sects had destroyed many of them, there were still some sects that secretly resisted. But compared to the overall number of Yuan pavilions that Yuan sect had set up, this was still a drop in the bucket. With the appearance of the first wave of missions, the names of Yuan sect and Yuan pavilion once again spread throughout the entire Great Zhao, causing most people who received the news to be shocked. Chapter 420. A declaration of war. After receiving this news, the other sects in the cultivation world looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect Yuan Zong to be so unyielding. Without even thinking about it, he directly declared war on the 53 sects. When Yuan Pavilion appeared, these sects were already dissatisfied, but because of Yuan Zong's existence, they temporarily endured it. But the sects led by the Heavenly Corpse sect directly attacked Yuan Pavilion. These sects were also happy to see it happen. Before this, 90% of the sects in the cultivation world were waiting for Yuan Zhong's response. If the other party didn't make any statement or counterattack under the deterrence of the Heavenly Corpse sect and other forces, then these sects would follow the Heavenly Corpse sect and eradicate Yuan Pavilion within their sphere of influence. No matter what. The existence of Yuan Pavilion violated the interests of these sects. If it weren't for Yuan Zhong's ruthless means, they wouldn't have tolerated Yuan Pavilion until now. But now, the sects led by the Heavenly Corpse sect attacked Yuan Pavilion less than 2 days later, and Yuan Zhong directly issued a reward for the 53 sects in Yuan Pavilion. This was no longer a declaration of war in disguise. It was a complete and open declaration of war. Isn't Qin Shujian a little too arrogant? When Mu Liang received the news, he was also shocked. Soon after, his expression darkened as he spoke. To be honest, when he learned that Yuan Zhong had directly declared war on the 53 sects, he was almost stunned. Even with the strength of the Heavenly Array sect, they didn't have the confidence to declare war on the 53 sects. Not to mention the 53 sects, the Heavenly Corpse sect alone wasn't enough for the Heavenly Array sect to deal with. Originally, Mu Liang had received information about Qin Shujian and knew that he was a proud and arrogant person. But now it seemed the other party's arrogance were above his expectations. After the shock, Mu Liang sneered. If the heavens want to destroy him, they must first make him crazy. In his opinion, Qin Shujian was digging his own grave. This is also good. Baiyun Mansion has one less array master, which may not be a bad thing for my Heavenly Array sect. With the appearance of Yuan Pavilion's mission, many people had already accepted the corresponding mission. Many of them were rogue cultivators, while some were from small sects and fallen aristocratic families. However, when these people accepted the mission, they either wore masks or black robes to cover their faces, not giving others a chance to see through their identities. Other than that, the people who received the most missions were the players. The appearance of Yuan Pavilion. Apart from those players who weren't doing well, some players from large sects couldn't help but head to various Yuan Pavilions to receive missions. After all, the items that could be exchanged in Yuan Pavilion were more than those that could be exchanged in ordinary sects. Even if the exchange price was much higher, in the face of some priceless treasures, the price wasn't the most important thing. Just as the undercurrent in the outside world was surging, within Yuan sect, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, remained calm and collected. No matter what happened in the outside world, it would not affect him at all. Inside the alchemy hall, Qin Shujian once again found Hall Master Shen Yuhua. As her cultivation became more profound, this slender and elegant woman was now filled with an indescribable charm. Her smile and frown made people's mood much more peaceful. When he saw Shen Yuhua, Qin Shujian couldn't help but acknowledge one thing in his heart. That was, Shen Yuhua was indeed very beautiful. At least among all the women he had seen, she could be ranked in the top 3. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was number 1. At least Shui Yu sect's Qi Yunshu was slightly inferior compared to her. This was not purely in terms of appearance, but only in terms of temperament and behavior. However, for Shen Yuhua, Qin Shujian's eyes only flashed with a trace of appreciation, which disappeared in an instant. As for Shen Yuhua, she didn't notice it at all. If it was before, Qin Shujian's excellence in all aspects had attracted her, causing her to have some other thoughts in her heart. But now, as the gap between the two grew larger and larger, Shen Yuhua had gradually suppressed this thought. Once the gap grew to a certain extent, there were many things that couldn't be spoken of. As a cultivator at the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, her control of her mind was very good. So when she saw Qin Shujian, Shen Yuhua didn't reveal any unusual expression, and she smiled and said, "Sect Master, do you have something for me to do today? How many alchemists are there in the alchemy hall now?" There are 53 low-grade alchemists and 657 apprentice alchemists in the alchemy hall. Shen Yuhua replied truthfully. Qin Shujian nodded slightly when he heard this. The alchemy hall had been established not long ago, and it had only been around 2 years at most. In 2 years, they had fostered 53 low-grade alchemists, and such an outcome was already extremely good. Including the apprentice alchemists, there were already over 700 people in the alchemy hall. So it was obvious. The number of disciples that chose auxiliary professions wasn't small at all. As for Shen Yuhua, she said, "It's all thanks to the alchemy master's notes that sect master gave us earlier. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many disciples advancing into low-grade alchemists." Speaking of the alchemy master's notes, she sighed in admiration in her heart. As a disciple of the Pill Cauldron sect, Shen Yuhua had a deep understanding of alchemy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a high-grade alchemist at such a young age. However, when she saw the alchemy master's notes that Qin Shujian gave her, she finally understood. How far away was she from the alchemy master realm? When he heard her mention the notes, Qin Shujian also thought of something. After he broke through to the alchemy grandmaster realm, he hadn't written a new alchemy master's notes and left them in the alchemy hall. After all, there was a master's notes left behind. Perhaps in a few years, some middle-grade alchemists would be born in the alchemy hall. Take the current 3 halls of the Yuan sect as an example. The forging hall and formation hall had both received a certain amount of replenishment, and their strength could be considered relatively strong. Only the alchemy hall. Shen Yuhua had always been supporting it alone. It wasn't that Qin Shujian hadn't thought of recruiting a few more alchemists. However, he didn't take a fancy to ordinary alchemists, but alchemists above the high grade were not easy to recruit. So until now, compared to other sects, the Yuan sect was still very weak in alchemy. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian looked at Shen Yuhua in front of him and asked, "Elder Yuhua, how long will it take for you to break through to the alchemy master realm?" "It's hard to say. I only have some clues about the alchemy master realm now. If I want to break through, it will take about 10 years at the fastest." Shen Yuhua shook her head and said, "It wasn't considered slow to have one more alchemy master in 10 years. If it was in other sects, they would definitely do their best to nurture them. However, 10 years was still too long for Qin Shujian. If there is an alchemy master's notes, can Elder Yuhua reduce the time needed to break through?" An alchemy master's notes. There was some light in Shen Yuhua's beautiful eyes, but it was soon hidden. She nodded and said, "If there is really an alchemy master's notes, I will be able to break through this threshold in less than 3 years." Her words were full of confidence. Even if there was an alchemy master's notes, not everyone could advance from an upper-grade alchemist to an alchemy master in less than 3 years. This was the confidence of an alchemy genius. Qin Shujian said, "Okay, I will find a way to help you get an alchemy master's notes. In the next half a month, the alchemy hall will focus on refining elixirs below the 4th level as much as possible. In addition, I need to take away as many alchemy materials above the 5th level in the alchemy hall's warehouse." "Okay." Shen Yuhua nodded and agreed. She didn't ask too much about why Qin Shujian wanted to do this. Very soon, Qin Shujian took all the high-grade alchemy materials from the alchemy hall's warehouse and transferred the corresponding contribution points to Shen Yuhua. After doing this, he went to the miscellaneous hall and took away all the remaining alchemy materials. Compared to the alchemy hall's abundant inventory, the miscellaneous hall had only been established for a few days, so the inventory was extremely limited. After taking these items, Qin Shujian turned and went to the peak of Mount Liang. He adjusted his state slightly. With a thought, he took out a portion of the alchemy materials from his storage ring. Ever since he broke through to an alchemy master, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, rarely refined pills himself. He didn't refine any other elixirs except for the vitality elixir that he needed to store. This time, Qin Shujian prepared to refine another type of elixir. It was a type of pill that had reached the 9th level. Pure Yang Elixir. The Pure Yang Elixir was an elixir used when breaking through to the divine martial realm from the prominent divine realm. However, because it absorbed a trace of the pure Yang energy from the lightning tribulation and could increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the divine martial realm, this type of elixir was directly ranked as a 9th level elixir. As for why he wanted to refine the pure yang elixir, it was very simple. Among the 9th level elixirs, the pure yang elixir was one of the more valuable ones. On the contrary, the materials for refining the pure yang elixir were relatively simple and easy to collect. Refining this type of elixir could only withstand the power of the lightning tribulation. Thus, it was basically a profitable business. The real use of refining this type of elixir was also very simple. To exchange for money, or to exchange for the corresponding resources with other forces. This time, the Yuan sect issued missions to the wandering cultivators and players through the Yuan Pavilion to fight against the 53 sects. However, behind the missions, they needed a huge amount of resources to fill them up. After all, no one was a fool. They wouldn't allow others to take advantage of them. If someone submitted a mission and used their contribution points to exchange for something, only to find that there was nothing, then the Yuan Pavilion's reputation would be ruined. Therefore, what Qin Shujian wanted to do now, to put it bluntly, was to earn resources and then use the method of burning money to give the 53 sects a ruthless blow. Even if it meant injuring 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own people, he wouldn't hesitate. As long as he stabilized the Yuan Pavilion's situation, he would be able to get back all the things he had invested in a short time. Therefore, Qin Shujian treated it as an investment in advance. Chapter 421. Wool appeared on sheep. Qin Shujian had as many contribution points as he wanted. The Yuan Pavilion existed. It only provided a platform for the people who issued and accepted missions to trade with each other. The people who issued the missions had to spend contribution points. Where would contribution points come from? They could only be exchanged with resources at the Yuan Pavilion. To put it bluntly, the generation of contribution points came from other cultivators. On the contrary, the items exchanged in the Yuan Pavilion were generally priced higher. This way, the Yuan Pavilion established by the Yuan sect was equivalent to selling cultivation techniques, martial arts, elixir pills, spirit weapons, and the like at a high price. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the Yuan Pavilion was a powerful means to increase the influence and prestige of the Yuan sect and then support the sect. Although to him, the source of life was the most important thing now. However, there was no point in looking. The main source of life was the disciples of the Yuan sect. As long as the Yuan sect's strength and foundation were strong enough, it would be able to nurture more and stronger disciples and harvest the source of life faster in the future. There was a limit to the exchange of contribution points in the sect. However, in reality, every disciple of every level would receive a certain amount of resources every month. This portion of resources did not belong to the collection of contribution points. It was completely a benefit for the disciples. These resources, it was a huge expense every month. In all seriousness, supporting more than 20,000 disciples was enough to empty the assets of a few true Dominion sects in 1 month. The Yuan sect had set up businesses all over the place and had Cold Mountain City as an income. In addition, the disciples contributed a portion of materials and spirit herbs. The sect earned a bit of difference in price to maintain the sect's operations. Otherwise, the Yuan sect would have collapsed long ago. This was also why many sects did not wantonly recruit disciples. Most importantly, they did not have money or resources. Once the resources were not provided, the disciples' cultivation progress would slow down, causing the entire progress to slow down. Therefore, while providing resources, Qin Shujian was now selecting some disciples who were truly worth nurturing and investing more resources on these disciples. Then, he would reduce the resources of some other disciples. In that case, this would also motivate the other disciples to work hard. This was a virtuous cycle. To this, Qin Shujian also sighed and said, working hard for the sect. Rumble. Thunder fell from the sky. In order to refine the pure yang pill, the final step was to attract the lightning tribulation to descend, and then absorb the strand of pure yang qi and inject it into the pill. Only then would it be considered a level 9 pure yang pill. On the summit of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian's spirit deity transformed into a lotus flower and tightly wrapped around the medicinal pill. Every time a thunderbolt struck down, it would cause the spirit deity Lotus to tremble slightly. Following which, strands of pure yang energy were absorbed by him and injected into the elixir. After several bolts of lightning, the pill was completely enveloped by the pure yang qi. Shortly after, Qin Shujian then removed the spirit deity Lotus, leaving the pills exposed to the lightning tribulation. Boom! A bolt of thunder tribulation struck down on the pure yang aura surrounding the elixir. In a split second, the pure yang aura collapsed and streams of pure energy seeped into the pill, causing the originally round pill to gain a warm luster. Boom! Boom! After the 5 lightning tribulations, the world became clear again. Instead, there were 5 pale golden elixirs. When the thunderclouds dissipated, the 5 elixirs seemed to have come alive and rushed in all directions, trying to escape. Trying to escape? Qin Shujian smiled slightly. His vast spirit deity spread out and turned into an invisible hand that grabbed all of them. Then, he stretched out his hand and held the 5 elixirs. Even though he was holding them, he could still feel the pulsation of the elixirs. The elixirs had spirit. This was the symbol of a level 9 elixir. However, the spirit of these elixirs was very weak. They only had the instinct to seek luck and avoid disaster. He took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and put the 5 pure yang pills inside. Then, he sealed the bottle and threw it back into the storage ring. 5 pure yang pills. It was enough. Level 9 elixirs were also divided into different grades. The pure yang pill belonged to the higher grade of elixirs. After all, it was related to a spirit martial realm cultivator breaking through to the god martial realm. Elixirs for breaking through. They were much more useful than ordinary elixirs for increasing one's cultivation. It was a pity. Now in the Yuan sect, the elders were basically hovering in the airborne realm. There was not a single prominent divine realm cultivator, let alone someone at the peak of the prominent divine realm who was close to breaking through to the god martial realm. After successfully refining the pure yang pill, Qin Shujian found Shu Yuanming and handed him the jade bottle, saying, "There are 5 pure yang pills inside. Exchange them for the resources needed by the Yuan Pavilion." Pure yang pill. Seeing this sentence, Shu Yuanming was shocked. He took the jade bottle in his hand and seemed to be able to feel the slightly pulsating power inside. He had heard of the pure yang pill before. However, he did not expect that Qin Shujian would have a level 9 elixir in his hands. However, Shu Yuanming was only shocked for a moment before recovering. He nodded and said, "I know what to do about this matter." What's the movement of the Yuan pavilions in the past few days? There are many cultivators who have accepted the mission. There are rogue cultivators and mutants. There are already people who have come to submit the mission and exchange for the corresponding resources. Not bad. Qin Shujian smiled. If someone came to submit the mission, it meant that someone was attacking the 53 sects. This was a good thing. With his Yuan sect taking the lead and integrating the power of these rogue cultivators, they could also exert enough power. However, Shu Yuanming's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Our sect consumes a huge amount of resources every day. If this continues, I'm afraid that in 1 or 2 months, there won't be much left in the inventory. If there's no money, then go earn it. We won't be dragged down by the Yuan Pavilion. After all, how many people can there be in the 53 sects? In addition, the 53 sects are also very angry with our sect's actions. I'm afraid that it won't be long before they take action against our sect." Shu Yuanming looked a little worried. 53 sects. The weakest were the spirit domain's sects. The combination of such strength was enough to make any sect tremble. The 53 sects dared to do this because the Heavenly Corpse sect took the lead. That's right. Humph, the Heavenly Corpse sect. A cold light flashed in Qin Shujian's eyes, and he sneered. It just so happens that I haven't seen the methods of the other top sects. This time, it's a good time to go back. Sect Master is going to attack the Heavenly Corpse sect. Shu Yuanming's expression became more and more solemn when he heard this. Qin Shujian said, "Since the Heavenly Corpse sect intends to go against our sect, then what's wrong with attacking them? The Heavenly Corpse sect is not weak. It has been a top sect for thousands of years. If we attack, I'm afraid that the odds of winning are not great. The odds of winning are not great, but there is still a chance of winning. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, I remember that the previous sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect passed away 800 years ago. The current sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect should have just broken through to the celestial realm about 500 years ago. The sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect has broken through to the celestial realm 537 years ago. Xu Yuanming answered directly. He also had a lot of information about the enemy sects. How far can he go in the celestial realm in 537 years? Qin Shujian asked in return. Xu Yuanming was silent. More than 500 years. How far could he go in the celestial realm? To be honest, he himself was not sure. After all, Yuanzong had risen too quickly, and many things could not completely keep up with the progress. However, Xu Yuanming was very clear about one thing. After a cultivator broke through to the celestial realm, every step would be very slow. In fact, some cultivators would only be at the early stage of the celestial realm for thousands of years. Or else, there would not be so few powerhouses of the human race. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, From what I know, each level of the celestial realm needs to be polished for hundreds of years. Even if he is a genius, I think the second level of the celestial realm is already the limit. This kind of strength is not enough to make our sect afraid. Was the second level of the celestial realm very strong? Very strong. Qin Shujian gave a very pertinent answer to this question. In the entire Great Jiao, the number of celestial realm cultivators was extremely limited. Every celestial realm powerhouse had a pivotal position, and their strength was undoubtedly at the top of the Great Jiao. But even if they were celestial realm cultivators, there was also a difference between high and low. With his current strength at the peak of the Master Realm, he was still confident in dealing with a cultivator who was at most at the second level of the Celestial Realm. Xu Yuanming asked, Sect Master, when do you plan to attack the Heavenly Corpse sect? Let's wait a little longer. We'll talk about it in 2 days. Qin Shujian's answer was ambiguous. Regarding this, Xu Yuanming did not continue to ask. In the next few days, with the release of Yuanzong's mission, more and more people accepted the mission to kill the disciples of the 53 sects, and the treasures exchanged after submitting the mission also made people believe in Yuanzong's credibility. In this way, Yuanzong's reputation became even greater. Regarding this situation, most of the sects adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Yuanzong had already given a certain counterattack to the attacks of the Heavenly Corpse sect and other forces. They were now waiting for the follow-up progress. Before the situation was more or less clear, no one dared to easily intervene. Not every force was like the Heavenly Corpse sect. Not every force had the capital to fight against Yuanzong. If Yuanzong flew into a rage out of humiliation and vented his anger on them, many sects would be destroyed in an instant. With Yuanzong's previous methods, it was not impossible for such a thing to happen. It was precisely because of such deterrence that most of the sects maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Even some of the top sects were worried that Yuanzong would act out of desperation and cause both sides to suffer losses. If that happened, it would truly not be worth it. After all, sects with such strong confidence like the Heavenly Corpse sect were still in the minority. Although Qin Shujian did not come out of Liang Mountain, he was also aware of the movements of the cultivation world like the back of his hand. He was also happy about the movements caused by Yuanzong. The only regret was he did not know if Yuanzong was not considered a force in his hands, or if strictly speaking, the people who accepted the mission were not considered his subordinates. As a result, these people killed the people of the 53 sects, and Qin Shujian did not obtain a single source of life. As for why he was so sure, he could tell by looking at the growth rate of the source of life every day. This growing source of life, was it provided by Yuanzong or Yuanzong in addition to the amount provided by Yuanzong? After all, although Yuanzong had only been open for a few days, the number of people who accepted the mission had already reached a huge base. Under such circumstances, The source of life should have skyrocketed. However, nothing happened. This was enough to explain everything. Regarding this, Qin Shujian had long been mentally prepared. From the beginning, he had never thought that Yuan Zhong could provide him with the source of life. Seriously speaking, those cultivators who accepted the mission were not considered his subordinates. Chapter 422. Whiteyong Prefecture, Jingshui Spiritual Region. Test Jianfeng was dressed in a long black robe, carrying a long sword on his back as he walked forward. Black clothes, black scabbard and sword hilt. It was as if his entire body was wrapped in black, giving off a lonely and cold feeling. With every step he took, he had already appeared 100 feet away. In less than a quarter of an hour, Test Jianfeng arrived in front of a majestic mountain peak. The mountain peak was filled with clouds and mist, making it look like a fairyland. When he stepped onto the mountain peak, 2 young men in light blue robes stopped him with swords in their hands. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Star Elephant Sec? Yuan Zhong, Test Jianfeng is here." Yuan Zhong. After hearing this, the 2 people's faces changed drastically, and then without thinking, they crushed a communication jade talisman and quickly retreated. Rumble. As the 2 retreated, Test Jianfeng saw that the originally clear scene around him seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, and the entire mountain peak seemed to be completely hidden at this moment. Formation. Yuan Zhong had Qin Shujian, the formation master, and recruited many formation masters. Although he did not dabble in formations, he was not unfamiliar with them. When he saw the changes in front of him, Test Jianfeng understood that this was Star Elephant Sect's protective formation. So, when the formation appeared, his expression seemed to have become more solemn. Star Elephant Sect was a large sect in Jingshui Spiritual Region. The protective formation it had was definitely not to be underestimated. After all, the reputation of a large sect in the spiritual region had already determined many things. However, since Test Jianfeng dared to come to Star Elephant Sect, he naturally would not be unprepared. The storage ring in his hand flashed slightly, and a long crystal blade already appeared in front of him. "Please make a move and break the formation in front of me." Test Jianfeng slightly cupped his hands. Although his tone was cold, it was also polite. As soon as he finished speaking, the long saber flew into the sky and instantly grew to a length of 100 feet. Shocking lightning gathered. The moment the 3 seals filled the air, the saber aura cut through the void and bombarded the matrix below. Under the blade, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. The sect-protecting formation, which was like a cloud, was violently rolling and surging at this moment. After which, under the shocked gazes of the Celestial Elephant Sect disciples, it was destroyed inch by inch, completely exposing the entire Celestial Elephant Sect to the eyes of the outside world. At this moment, all of the Celestial Elephant Sect's disciples had long since gathered together. When the Great Array was activated, even the elders and sect master of Celestial Elephant Sect were alarmed. When he saw the 1,000 mountain blood in the sky, Celestial Phenomenon Sect's sect master Fu Yi frowned and his expression turned ugly. 3 Seal Dao Artifact. 3 Seal Dao Artifact. To the Stellar Elephant Sect, his threat was even higher than an ordinary God Martial Realm cultivator. Even Celestial Elephant Sect, as a large sect in Jingshui Spirit Domain, only had a single 2 Seal Dao Artifact. 3 Seal Dao Artifact. That was a Dao artifact that only a large sect of a major region could possess. As for the message from the guarding disciple, Fu Yi naturally received it as well. At this moment, a person stepped through the mountain gate and appeared in his line of sight. Someone from Yuan Sec. Looking at Test Jianfeng, Fu Yi's expression was cold as he said sinisterly. At the beginning, when he received the message, he thought that there would be a large number of experts from Yuan Sect. But now, looking at it, the other party was only one person. Seeing this, Fu Yi's originally tensed heart relaxed a little, but he was not careless. After all, the other party came with a 3 Seal Dao artifact and dared to break his Celestial Elephant Sect's Great Array by himself. He definitely had a certain amount of confidence. As for where this confidence came from, that was another question. And with the appearance of Test Gen Feng, all of the elders of Celestial Elephant Sect who were in seclusion appeared. A large number of experts gathered and their aura intertwined together. It was enough to make ordinary cultivators feel fear before they even got close. Seeing that Test Gen Feng did not reply and instead walked forward step by step, Fu Yi said coldly, "Could it be that Yuan sect sent you here alone to die? A mere Celestial Elephant Sect, I alone am enough." Hearing this, Test Gen Feng finally stopped his footsteps and stood about 10 feet away from Fu Yi as he said faintly, "Shameless boasting." Fu Yi laughed in anger. At this moment, without needing him to say anything, the elders of Celestial Elephant Sect had already surrounded him. As for Fu Yi, now, he was looking at Test Gen Feng coldly. The other party's indifferent expression made him a little unhappy in his heart. As for Yuan Sect taking action against Celestial Elephant Sect, as early as responding to the Heavenly Corpse Sect's edict and then destroying the Yuan Pavilion within Celestial Elephant Sect's sphere of influence, he was already prepared. But being prepared was one thing. Fu Yi also did not expect that Yuan Sect would really have people coming directly to their door. During this period of time, Yuan Pavilion issued a mission with a reward of 53 sects. Many rogue cultivators accepted the mission and hunted Celestial Elephant Sect's disciples everywhere, causing Celestial Elephant Sect to suffer heavy losses. His heart had long been filled with anger. For this, Fu Yi also sent out many people to find those who accepted the mission and then wanted to kill them. But those cultivators were too cunning and did not give Celestial Elephant Sect a chance to kill them. After a few days, Celestial Elephant Sect did not kill many people and instead lost many disciples. In order to avoid greater losses, Fu Yi strictly ordered Celestial Elephant Sect's disciples to not act alone when they went out, to prevent them from being ambushed. A dignified sect of the spirit domain was forced to such an extent by some rogue cultivators. Fu Yi was shocked by the strength of these people. Even more, it was anger and killing intent towards Yuan Sect. If the other party did not want to open Yuan Pavilion and put a bounty on his Celestial Elephant Sect, how could there be today's situation? At this time, Test Gen Feng arrived. Fu Yi only had a strong killing intent in his heart. As for Yuan Sect's revenge, he was not afraid. After all, Celestial Elephant Sect was far away in Baiyong Prefecture and had nothing to do with Baiyun Prefecture. If Yuan Sect wanted to make a move, they would need to send a large number of cultivators and borrow the teleportation gate. In this way, Celestial Elephant Sect would definitely get the news in advance and the other 52 sects would also send people to help. After all, the 53 sects could be considered a disguised alliance. No one would sit and watch Yuan Sect destroy any sect so easily. Or else, the other sects would not dare to openly provoke a top sect. And the current situation of Test Gen Feng was completely unexpected. No one expected it. Yuan Sect would send someone alone. And the name of Test Gen Feng was also very unfamiliar to Fu Yi. He could not match with the few famous elders of Yuan Sect. As his thoughts turned, although Fu Yi had killing intent in his heart, he did not immediately make a move. Instead, he asked coldly, "You barged into Celestial Elephant Sect's mountain gate and broke my sect's protective array. Could it be that you really want to fight to the death with my sect? You talk too much." Test Gen Feng shook his head slightly. In the next instant, he had already taken a step forward. The long sword on his back was quietly unsheathed. A black sword aura was attached to the sword, causing it to be like a black line that streaked across the void. He made a move just like that. Fu Yi did not expect the other party to be so decisive. But he was a prominent divine stage cultivator after all. It was not to the extent that he would not be able to react in time. When the long sword streaked across, only a blue energy could be seen exploding. Boom! It was like a meteorite had crashed into the earth. A terrifying force spread out. Test Gen Feng took a step back and dispersed the rebounding force. And at this time, the 1,000 mountain blood in the sky suddenly moved. The moment the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept across, the lightning blade had already slashed towards Celestial Elephant Sect's mountain gate. Even if the three-seal Dao artifact was not controlled by its master, the power that it released was enough to make a prominent divine stage cultivator's expression change. Immediately after, a beam of cold light shot out from Celestial Elephant Sect's main hall, and then fiercely collided with the lightning blade aura. The cold light shattered. Immediately, a long sword covered in dense light broke through the air and flew over. Fu Yi took a step in the air. While holding the long sword with one hand, he had already charged towards Thousand Mountain Blood. At the same time, those Celestial Elephant Sect elders that surrounded Test Jian Feng also directly attacked. For them, the other party had already attacked the mountain gate. There was no need to talk about morality or not. It was fine to bully with numbers, but the most important thing was to kill the enemy. Boom! The moment the terrifying wave exploded, the other Celestial Elephant Sect disciples finally reacted. Everything happened too quickly, like a spark of flint. When they finally reacted, the invading enemy had already engaged in battle with many elders. As for their own sect leader, he was holding the sect's Dao artifact and had a huge battle with the Dao artifact in the sky. The terrifying wave spread out and swept across. It forced these true martial realm disciples to continuously retreat. They did not dare to rashly approach. There were a total of 6 Celestial Elephant Sect elders that attacked. Among them, 5 were in the airborne realm, and 1 was in the prominent divine realm. The power that the 6 of them unleashed together was enough to directly kill an ordinary airborne realm cultivator. However, although Test Jian Feng was in the airborne realm, his strength had already exceeded this barrier. His feet moved, and his body shuttled back and forth like a ghost. The black sword aura slashed through the void, and the others had to be careful. Only to see the cold sword intent permeating the air. The black sword aura was like a fatal threat, and one could not help but be deeply immersed in it just by looking at it. Coupled with Test Jian Feng's ghostly movements, it made him like a ghost walking in the mortal world. Every time the sword slashed out, it could take a fresh life. Boom! A spirit deity that was 10 feet tall appeared. When the terrifying divine mind exploded, the spirit deity's palm pressed down on Test Jian Feng. Immediately, the black sword aura slashed out. Unfortunately, although the sword aura was strong, it could not hurt the spirit deity at all. The huge palm easily penetrated the sword aura's barrier and covered Test Jian Feng's entire body. He felt a terrifying divine will impact him. Test Jian Feng's face was calm. While the spirit deity guarded his body, he slashed out again. A powerful sword intent instantly erupted. Chapter 423. Sword Intent Silk. Breaking all techniques. Thousands of black sword threads shot out from the spirit god's palm, disintegrating it in an instant. In the next second, Test Jian Feng took a step into the air, and his body transformed into 42 afterimages while he was in the air. Originally, he could only create 36 afterimages with this move. But now, he had already reached 42 afterimages. The instant the afterimages were formed, a shocking sword aura swept out in all directions. But everyone who saw this sword had a slight change in expression as they were completely covered by the sword aura. Afterimages. Be careful. Although the Star Elephant Sect's elders had a serious expression, they were not too worried. It wasn't like they hadn't seen such an illusory sword technique before. But most of the others could only create a few or a dozen afterimages. But now, there were over 40 afterimages, and every one of them was like a real person. This was something that they had never seen before. However, to these elders, no matter how powerful the illusory sword technique was, its power was limited. Out of the 42 afterimages, only one was real. The other 41 afterimages were illusions to confuse the enemy. They only needed to determine if it was real or fake, then it wouldn't be a big problem. Illusory techniques. Small tricks. However, when they focused their attention on the 42 afterimages, their expressions changed again. They couldn't tell if it was real or fake. In their perception, the 42 afterimages were as real as they could be. The prominent divine stage elder angrily roared, and immediately after, he took out a mirror. Like the stars in the sky, the light blue light poured out and shined on the afterimages. High-grade spiritual artifact, star mirror. It could see through illusions and break through all illusory karma. However, when the star mirror's light shone on them, every afterimage seemed to be real. They didn't fade away when they touched the mirror's light. Seeing this, the elder's expression changed. To be able to be immune to the star mirror's illusory technique, it had already reached the peak. Everything happened in a split second. When the star mirror had no effect, the killing move of the 42 afterimages had already descended. Be careful. Since he could not see through the illusion, he could not act rashly. The prominent divine realm elder's spirit returned to his body and his protective aura was raised. It turned the area around him into an absolute domain. As for the other elders in the airborne realm, they did not have the time to think too much when they saw that the celestial mirror did not work. They all switched from offense to defense, using their vigor to protect themselves. It was also at this moment. A long sword pierced through the earth vigor shield. A physical invulnerability warrior of the airborne realm was nothing in the face of a high-grade spiritual weapon. The moment the stellar energy shield shattered, the elder immediately retreated, and at the same time, he shouted, "The real body is here." Finished speaking, everyone immediately unleashed a powerful attack towards the afterimage that had broken through the physical invulnerability expert's shields. He was able to effortlessly break through the physical invulnerability shield of an airborne realm cultivator. Only the true body could do that. As for the real afterimage, it was only used to confuse the enemy. Even if it had a bit of attacking power, it definitely wouldn't be this strong. This was the drawback of illusions. Although it could confuse others and make them unable to distinguish between the real and the fake, it was still very difficult for them to do so. But that was all. Once the real body was seen through, then it would be useless. It was just that when an elder withdrew the power of the protective vigor shield and unleashed an attack towards the afterimage that he suspected to be the real body. Rip! The protective vigor shield shattered. A terrifying force came from the side of his body, and the omen of death surged wildly, causing his face to change drastically. Before he could finish his words, the sword covered by the black sword aura had already pierced through his throat. When a spray of blood gushed out, the words that were about to come out of his mouth were completely blocked in an instant. A sudden change of events. It directly caused the other elders of the Celestial Elephant sect to fall into a state of shock. No one had expected it. They had clearly found the real body, so why was there still an elder killed? Could it be that that was a fake, and this was the real body? Or rather, these 42 afterimages, each of them was the real body. They had no time to be shocked for too long. Swoosh, swoosh. The afterimage broke through the air, and the long sword left a mark. With one airborne realm elder dead and 2 airborne realm elders injured, the rest all retreated at the same time, wanting to get out of the area covered by the afterimage. It was also at this moment. The 42 afterimages merged into one, and a shocking sword light broke through the sky. It was like a black rainbow piercing through the sun, giving people a deathly fear as though they had fallen into hell. The Celestial Elephant sect elders retreated quickly, but the black rainbow was even faster. Block it! An elder was shocked and furious, and without thinking, he slashed out with the middle-grade spiritual artifact in his hand. When the sword aura exploded, he wanted to take the opportunity to block the black rainbow. In just an instant, the sword aura shattered. The black rainbow instantly pierced through that elder, and the remaining force didn't stop attacking the others. The prominent divine realm elder's face was filled with rage, his divine sense and true yuan crazily poured into the celestial mirror. Shortly after, he saw the celestial phenomenon in the mirror, and the stars within turned into light that fiercely clashed with the black rainbow. Rumble! Shocking thunder exploded in the air. The stars and the black rainbow were both destroyed, and the final long sword directly pierced the mirror. A powerful force exploded, and the celestial mirror was sent flying. The terrifying shockwave caused the prominent divine stage elder to let out a groan. The remaining true yuan in his body was activated, and he reached out with his hand to retrieve the celestial mirror that was sent flying. The entire process happened in an instant. When the other disciples reacted, they saw that 3 of the 5 airborne realm elders had already died. Although the remaining 2 didn't die, they had suffered heavy injuries. The only one that was still intact was the prominent divine realm elder. The sudden change. It directly caused the celestial elephant sect disciples to reveal shocked expressions. No one had thought that Test Gen Feng's strength would be so terrifying, and they didn't think that their elder would be defeated so quickly. In the air, the celestial ghost 7 kills against the stars had killed 3 airborne realm cultivators. Test Gen Feng's aura didn't fluctuate much, and the long sword in his hand was slightly stained with blood. With a step, a sword lotus appeared in the air, and the deadly black sword light appeared once again. Celestial ghost 7 kills against the stars. The sword aura occupied the air. The black rainbow pierced the sun and entered the netherworld. Facing this move that was almost unsolvable, whether it was the prominent divine realm cultivators or the airborne realm elders, their faces were as gloomy as water. There was even a hint of fear in the gloominess. Strong. Too strong. This move that was almost unsolvable made them almost think that they weren't facing an airborne realm cultivator, but more like facing a powerful prominent divine realm cultivator. If they wanted to break this move, unless they had absolute strength to crush it. But although Test Gen Feng was in the airborne realm, in terms of strength, no one had the confidence to suppress him. Boom. Therefore, when this move reappeared, there was finally an elder who turned around and fled, wanting to avoid this fatal blow. After all, if they couldn't take it head-on, then they could only escape. It was just that he escaped quickly, but the black rainbow was even faster. Before the airborne realm elder could escape more than 10 feet away, the black rainbow had already pierced through his back and chest, and a corpse directly fell from mid-air. After the black rainbow killed one person, it suddenly split into 42 afterimages. The shocking sword aura intertwined into a sword net and swallowed the remaining 2. With a high-grade spirit weapon in hand, the protective aura of a cultivator was basically useless. Very soon, the last airborne realm elder also spilled blood in the sky, leaving only the prominent divine realm elder who was still barely holding on. But under Test Gen Feng's pressure, step by step, this elder was also in an absolute disadvantage. He could only resist and had no strength to fight back at all. As for the disciples of the celestial elephant sect, at this time, they could only watch from the side and had no way to interfere. After all, no matter how strong the disciples were, they were basically in the category of the true martial realm. The gap between them and the 2 was not ordinary. And now, the 2 were also fighting in the void. Just the matter of the airborne realm alone had already restricted all the non-airborne realm cultivators from interfering. Boom, the long sword trembled and accurately pierced into the celestial mirror. The power of an upper-tier spiritual weapon burst forth and bombarded the celestial mirror, causing the celestial mirror to tremble violently. The starlight of the myriad of stars on the mirror flickered as if it would collapse at any time. Even among high-grade spirit weapons, there was a difference in quality. The celestial mirror could only be regarded as a low-grade spirit weapon among high-grade spirit weapons. As for the long sword in Test Gen Feng's hand, it was made by Qin Shujian, a master forger. Although it was also a high-grade spirit weapon, it was already at the top or even the top level. If not for the reason of the material, there was no hope for it to be promoted to a doctrine artifact. Or else, this could already be considered a half-step doctrine artifact. In a breath's time, Test Gen Feng stabbed out hundreds of times, and each sword accurately bombarded a point. The power of hundreds of swords accumulated together, and when the last sword fell, all the accumulated power suddenly exploded. Boom! The stars in the celestial mirror collapsed, and the extreme spirit light dimmed in an instant, and cracks appeared on the mirror's body. As the terrifying fluctuations spread out, the prominent divine realm elder groaned, and the blood in his body was boiling violently. The vital essence that was originally controlling the celestial mirror could no longer be maintained, and suddenly scattered. Before he could raise the celestial mirror again. In the next moment, The black rainbow had already completely swallowed him. On the other side, the long sword swept across the sky, and the lightning blade destroyed everything. Fu Yi held the doctrine artifact longsword, and the power of the two was not weaker than Qian Shanxue. As time passed, there was even a faint trend of suppressing him. Although the three-seal doctrine artifact was strong, it was under the premise that there was a cultivator controlling it. If there was no cultivator controlling it, the power of the three-seal doctrine artifact would be weakened by a lot. On the contrary, the two-seal doctrine artifact of the Celestial Elephant sect was not weak, and with Fu Yi, a prominent divine realm cultivator controlling it, the power it displayed was not ordinary. Boom! Boom! The sword shattered the lightning and bombarded Qian Shanxue's body. The crystal-like blade shook violently, and the three doctrine artifacts flashed together, giving a mysterious and terrifying deterrent. Chapter 424. Three-Seal Dao Artifact. Fu Yi's eyes also burst with a touch of heat. Now that Qian Shanxue was suppressed by him, it was no longer as simple as suppressing this three-seal Dao artifact. He even had the idea of completely subduing it. Although the Dao artifact recognized its master, but it was not impossible to break it. If Celestial Elephant Sect had one more three-seal Dao artifact, then it could be promoted to a 4th-grade force in an instant, or even a 5th-grade force was not impossible. This way, Celestial Elephant Sect strength would definitely increase greatly, and it could become an overlord force in Baiyong Prefecture. When that time comes, the power of the entire Celestial Elephant Sect would also increase greatly. Thinking of this, Fu Yi's heart was even more fiery. It was not always a chance to get a three-seal Dao artifact. Now that a three-seal Dao artifact was delivered to his door, if he did not take it, he would feel sorry for himself. As for whether snatching Qian Shanxue would anger Yuan Zong, for this, Fu Yi was not worried at all. Anyway, Celestial Elephant Sect had already fallen out with Yuan Zong. Even if he gave Qian Shanxue back, Yuan Zong would not appreciate his kindness. Moreover, the establishment of Yuan Pavilion had long been destined to have no room for negotiation. Since that was the case, it was better to snatch this three-seal Dao artifact and increase the strength of Celestial Elephant Sect. When that time comes, even if Yuan Zong really launched a large-scale attack, they would have more capital to resist. Suddenly, Fu Yi's attack was even more fierce, completely suppressing Qian Shanxue's power. It was also at this time. A black rainbow broke through the air, causing his heart to jump, and then he had to turn around and slash out. The sword aura collided with the black rainbow. With a loud bang, the black and red rainbow was instantly shattered. Testing Jian Feng retreated like a willow catkin. Facing the two-seal Dao artifact, he had no way to take it head-on. Testing Jian Feng, after seeing who attacked, Fu Yi's face suddenly shook. At this time, he discovered that the elders of Celestial Elephant Sect had all been defeated and killed. Such a situation was completely beyond his expectations. After a short moment of shock, it was a monstrous anger. Fu Yi looked at the other party with eyes full of killing intent. Very good, I didn't expect that I would be wrong today. 5 airborne realm elders and 1 prominent divine realm elder were defeated. It could be said, the entire Celestial Elephant Sect's strength fell by more than half all of a sudden. Under such circumstances, Celestial Elephant Sect was already lacking in high-end battle strength. Your turn. In response to Fu Yi's anger, Testing Jian Feng only said a simple sentence. Immediately after, the sword lotus beneath his feet rose up, the tip of his sword pointing directly at the Celestial Phenomenon Sect's patriarch. On the other side, because of Test Jian Feng's interference, Qian Shanxue's suppression had weakened a lot. As a dignified sect guarding Dao artifact, it was being suppressed by someone else. Even if it was him, he would still be angry. Therefore, when the suppression weakened, the sky was filled with thunderbolts. When the vast energy spread out, the thunder astral saber had already descended. Not good, Fu Yi muttered to himself. As his true yuan surged, He activated the long sword in his hand and sent out a sword aura, which collided with the saber aura. The moment Chen Shanxue made his move, Test Jianfeng didn't hesitate either. He used the 7 murders of gods and demons against the stars again. Together with this 3-seal Dao treasure, they attacked Fu Yi together. Boom! Boom! As the 3 of them exchanged blows, a terrifying aura immediately spread out. Vast waves of energy. It wasn't just the Celestial Elephant sect that was alarmed. Even the other experts in the Jingshui spiritual region were alarmed. When they saw the long saber in the sky, many people's expressions changed, as if they had thought of something. The crystal long saber, that's Yuan sect's guarding Dao artifact. The person fighting with the Dao artifact seems to be the sect master of the Celestial Elephant sect, Fu Yi. Could it be that Yuan sect has already attacked the Celestial Elephant sect? Impossible, I didn't receive any news of Yuan sect's large-scale attack. How could there be a huge battle? Many cultivators were shocked when they sensed this terrifying fluctuation and the Dao artifact that was flying through the air. Ever since Yuan sect became a top sect. As Yuan sect's guarding Dao artifact, Chen Shanxue was also known by other cultivators. Moreover, even if it wasn't Yuan sect's guarding Dao artifact, it was impossible for a 3-seal Dao artifact to be unknown. The appearance of Chen Shanxue inevitably made people mistakenly think that Yuan sect had launched a large-scale attack on the Celestial Elephant sect. After all, when Yuan Pavilion opened, Celestial Elephant sect had already taken action. Later on, Yuan Pavilion offered a reward for 53 sects, which naturally attracted many people's attention. Combined with the scene in front of them, many things could be imagined. Outside the Celestial Elephant sect, many players who were hiding in the dark raised their heads to look at the sky at this time. When did Yuan sect send people to kill? Why didn't I notice at all? Wait, if Yuan sect starts a war with Celestial Elephant sect now, then wouldn't Celestial Elephant sect's disciples be at our mercy? After the shock, these players suddenly thought of something that made them excited. After accepting the Yuan Pavilion's bounty mission, many people set their sights on Celestial Elephant sect and then continuously hunted down Celestial Elephant sect's disciples. However, although the strength of Celestial Elephant sect's disciples was average, the other party was a large sect of the spirit realm and had many top experts. For the players at the current stage, those airborne realm and prominent divine realm great cultivators didn't have the confidence to fight against them at all. As for ordinary rogue cultivators, their strength wasn't strong, and very few of them could reach the spiritual god realm. Most of them. They were all at the basic realm to the true martial realm. After all, rogue cultivators were weaker than sect disciples in terms of cultivation methods, martial arts, resources, and so on. The only advantage they had was probably combat experience. In the end, compared to the sect disciples who lived like princes, rogue cultivators were more often in chaotic battles all year round, fighting for a little bit of resources, and even using all kinds of methods. But even so, facing a spirit martial realm cultivator, they could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. During this period of time, Celestial Elephant sect noticed the ambush of players and rogue cultivators, and all the disciples were much more cautious, causing the progress of these people's missions to be stuck. But now, they discovered that Yuan sect's experts were fighting in Celestial Elephant sect, and that wave of fluctuations swept out, and the battle had obviously entered a white-hot stage. As a result, many people had the idea of fishing in troubled waters. Since Yuan sect attacked Celestial Elephant sect, then Yuan sect wouldn't reject them if they went over to help. No matter what. On a certain level, everyone was considered to be on the same side. Thinking of this, suddenly, there were players who couldn't hold back and charged towards Celestial Elephant sect. Celestial Elephant sect's sect-protecting formation was broken, and all the disciples were gathered inside the sect, so these people easily crossed the mountain gate and entered Celestial Elephant sect. At this moment, just as the disciples of Celestial Elephant sect were panicking, they suddenly saw many people rushing to the mountain gate, and instantly shouted in anger. There are external enemies invading, all brothers and sisters, follow me to resist. Kill. They weren't sure if the people who came were from Yuan sect, but looking at the current situation, it was impossible to retreat. More importantly, in the eyes of Celestial Elephant sect's disciples, these people who came weren't that strong, and were far from the terrifying testing sword peak. As a result, naturally, there wouldn't be any fear in their hearts. On the other side, after entering Celestial Elephant sect, the players realized that the situation in front of them was very different from the chaotic battle they imagined. There wasn't a single Yuan sect disciple. Instead, all the people of Celestial Elephant sect gathered together. As for the sky, there was only one person fighting with Fu Yi, plus a Dao artifact. Seeing this, there were already players silently complaining. This kind of situation was completely different from what they had expected. They were cheated. This was the only thought in the minds of some players. Picking up heads. It was completely different from fighting with Celestial Elephant sect's disciples head-on. The former was less risky, as for the latter. Looking at the large number of experts charging towards them, many people revealed a bitter smile. But since they were already here, it would be a pity if they retreated like this. Most importantly, these Celestial Elephant sect's disciples wouldn't let them leave. And many people realized that the battle was so intense, but there were no elders from Celestial Elephant sect. Looking at the indelible marks on the ground, some people already had a thought in their minds. Maybe it's not that Celestial Elephant sect's elders didn't appear, but that Celestial Elephant sect's elders are all dead. As soon as this thought arose, when these people looked at the Celestial Elephant sect's disciples again, they were already filled with strong killing intent. There was no conversation. Just like that, the two sides clashed without any warning. In the void, Fu Yi and Testing Sword Peak's fight didn't stop, and the vast fluctuations caused the clouds to dissipate, revealing 1,000 miles of clear sky. Fighting. Fu Yi was even more shocked in his heart. After fighting for so long, he could basically be sure that Testing Sword Peak definitely hadn't reached the Spirit God realm. However, the pressure that the other party gave off wasn't any weaker than a Spirit God realm cultivator. In particular, his unfathomable swordsmanship and ghost-like movements were even more frightening. If it was one-on-one, Fu Yi was also confident that he could kill him with his sword. After all, no matter what, he was an existence that was close to the peak of the Spirit God realm, and ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to him. But there was a 3-seal Dao artifact assisting him. A 3-seal Dao artifact that wasn't controlled by a cultivator was equivalent to a Spirit God realm cultivator. With Fu Yi's current strength, coupled with the sect's Dao artifact, he was confident that he could directly suppress and win against either of them. But when the two joined forces, he didn't have the slightest way. And as time continued to pass, the scales of victory were tilting towards Testing Sword Peak's side. Boom, 42 afterimages crossed the sky, and finally turned into a black rainbow that entered the netherworld. The terrifying sword made Fu Yi's heart jump. 7 killing gods and demons against the stars. The Ji family relied on this move to be glorious for hundreds of years. Now in Testing Sword Peak's hands, this move had already surpassed the original boundaries and reached another level, and its power was even more unfathomable. 2 Dao seals appeared on the long sword. Fu Yi slashed out, and the sharp sword light cut through the void, and once again collided with the black rainbow. Almost at the same time, Thousand Mountain Blood suddenly condensed a large amount of heaven and earth spirit chi, as if summoning the lightning of heaven and earth, and 100 feet long blade energy slashed out. Rumble. Chapter 425. The Black Rainbow Shattered. Test Jianfeng grunted and took a few steps back in the air. It was not a problem to take Fu Yi's attack head-on, but if it was accompanied by the power of a 2-seal Dao artifact, then the difference was too great. Just as he was being repelled, the sword aura had already slashed down. Fu Yi took a step back, and his long sword slashed at the sword aura. The two collided. The sword aura shattered in an instant. Just as the biting cold wind spread, Qian Shanshue's body had already slashed down. The strongest part of a three-seal Dao artifact was not its ability to control the power of heaven and earth, but its own sharpness. The sword and saber clashed. The celestial elephant sect's Dao artifact let out a mournful cry, as if it had suffered a terrible attack. Fu Yi's body shook, and his qi and blood were already surging. The next moment, another black rainbow pierced through the sky, and the murderous intent had already descended once again. This move again. Fu Yi's face was ugly. The other party seemed to not need to consume any energy, and had already used this move no less than 3 or 4 times. At this moment, Test Jian Feng had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be able to eat the world with a single move. After a dozen moves, just as Fu Yi blocked Qian Shanshue's attack again, the black rainbow broke through all the defenses, and in an instant, a rain of blood fell. There was a painful cry, only to see a sword piercing through his chest, and blood was constantly gushing out from the wound. Fortunately, it was the last moment. Fu Yi moved a little to the side, avoiding the vital point of his heart. But even so, this sword also directly caused him to fall into a serious injury. Test Jianfeng did not show any signs of stopping, and his attacks were still extremely fierce, constantly exerting pressure on Fu Yi, so that the other party had no chance to recover from his injury. On the other side, Qian Shanshue's power was still terrifying. Boom! Another violent collision, and the violent fluctuations caused Fu Yi's wound to burst open and expand again, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, he directly turned and fled, without the slightest reluctance. Until now, Fu Yi had already understood that with the current situation, Celestial Elephant Sect's defeat was inevitable. Test Jianfeng's strength was terrifying, and with a three-seal Dao artifact, he alone was comparable to a sect. And the other party was only an airborne realm cultivator. When did Yuan sect have such a powerhouse? Fu Yi fled, and the more he thought about it, the more he became more shocked. He hadn't thought about it until now. The Celestial Elephant sect that he had managed for so long would one day be destroyed because of a single person. Therefore, he had escaped. But Fu Yi was very clear that once he left, those remaining Astral Elephant sect disciples completely had no possibility of resisting. Moreover, the instant he fled earlier, he also saw the scene of Astral Elephant sect's chaotic battle. Even if his sect was still alive. But Celestial Elephant sect's several hundred years of foundation could also be considered to have been completely destroyed. At the thought of this, Fu Yi felt his heart ache. However, more than that, he was filled with killing intent toward Test Jianfeng, as well as anger toward Yuan Zhong. If that wasn't the case, how could the Celestial Elephant sect be destroyed? Fu Yi had escaped. He fled very quickly. At the very least, a Vision Divine stage cultivator with a 2-seal Dao treasure wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to escape. If Test Jianfeng was also in the prominent sage stage, he might have a chance to intercept it. But now, he could only watch as the other party fled. As for the Astral Elephant sect disciples who were fighting below, they were all stunned by Fu Yi's escape. They didn't expect Fu Yi to be defeated, and even more so, they didn't expect the other party to escape, and escape so decisively. For a moment, the Astral Elephant sect's morale suddenly dropped. Test Jian Feng took a step forward, and his sword aura struck down. In the blink of an eye, the entire Astral Elephant sect's main hall collapsed. Then, another one shattered the mountain gate's stone tablet. Immediately after, he looked at the other people of Astral Elephant sect, and coldly shouted, "Within 15 minutes, kill all those who remain here. After today, there will be no more Astral Elephant sect in this world." Sect Destroyer, Yuan Zhong, Test Jian Feng. His voice was loud and clear, spreading throughout the entire Astral Elephant sect, and even the region outside of Astral Elephant sect. Everyone who heard this had a drastic change in expression. Sect Destroyer, Yuan Zhong, Test Jian Feng. They had never heard of Test Jian Feng's name before. But after today, Test Jian Feng's name would definitely spread throughout the Jingshui spirit domain and the entire Whiteyong prefecture. After all, one person destroying a large sect of the spirit domain, this wasn't something that anyone could do. The scene of Fu Yi turning into a stream of light and escaping also didn't escape their eyes. Even the sect leader of a sect had escaped. Then, whether or not Astral Elephant Sect was destroyed, there was no need to guess. Within Astral Elephant Sect, Test Gen Feng stood in the air, and a terrifying sword intent spread out. No matter if it was the disciples of Astral Elephant Sect or the players, they all felt pressure in their hearts. At this moment, both sides had no choice but to stop. Looking at that cold face, the people of Yuan Pavilion who accepted the mission didn't doubt that if they didn't retreat, Test Gen Feng wouldn't start a massacre. So, after a slight hesitation, the players and the wandering cultivators all silently retreated from Astral Elephant Sect's territory. As for the disciples of Astral Elephant Sect, they all scattered like birds and beasts. Not 15 minutes, only 15 minutes had passed. In the entire Astral Elephant Sect, other than Test Gen Feng, there wasn't anyone else left. Immediately after, Test Gen Feng's figure landed, and his divine sense swept out. Everything within Astral Elephant Sect fell into his senses. In 1 or 2 breaths of time, Astral Elephant Sect's treasury was found. As the foundation of the sect, the treasury naturally wouldn't have no means of defense. But for Test Gen Feng, any kind of defense was useless. After breaking open the treasury's door, he directly entered inside. Astral Elephant Sect is indeed a large sect of the spirit domain, its foundation is indeed rich. Seeing the scene in front of him, Test Gen Feng was also slightly shocked. But soon, he regained his senses. Then, he began to choose the most valuable items and put them into the storage ring. Compared to the entire treasury, the space in the storage ring was limited, so naturally, it was impossible to empty everything. If it was Test Gen Feng's character in the past, after destroying Astral Elephant Sect, he would have left directly. But now, under the influence of Qin Shujian, there were some changes. At least, destroying the sect, he couldn't just leave nothing behind. Astral Elephant Sect calmed down, but outside Astral Elephant Sect, there was a fierce battle. Yuan Pavilion had put up a reward. In the eyes of others, Astral Elephant Sect's disciples were no different from walking contribution points. Although Astral Elephant Sect was considered destroyed in name, who cared if the people you killed were before or after the sect was destroyed? As long as you killed them and used the Jade Pendant as proof, it was enough. And to the players, it was even more so. For such a battle, no one from the other sects interfered. It wasn't until Test Gen Feng left that someone stepped into the mountain gate of the Celestial Elephant Sect, and then looted all the remaining resources inside. At this point, a large sect of the spirit domain in Jingshui Spirit Domain was officially destroyed. Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Yuan Sect. In these few days, the other elders who went out returned one after another. As for the Dao artifacts that were temporarily given to them, they were all returned. At the peak of Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian inserted 1,000 luck points and directly upgraded the Chenkuan bow and cloud-piercing arrow to the level of 3 seal Dao artifacts. Just as he was about to continue upgrading the next Dao artifact. However, he suddenly stopped. Activating his Dharma Eye, he only saw yellow luck rising above Yuan Sect. An auspicious beast Chelin soared into the sky and seemed to be suppressing everything. It's about to break through. The moment he saw the auspicious beast Chelin, Qin Shujian understood in his heart. Now that Yuan Sect's luck had reached a critical point, if it increased by 1 point, it would be able to step into a 6th grade force. Then, he looked at himself with his Dharma Eye again. Above his head, there was a light green luck rising. It was different from the sect's luck. The luck of living beings had an additional division. Among them, the Purple Emperor's luck was the highest, and below it was the green luck. In the world, there were very few people who could obtain purple luck, except for the royal family. Even some of the most powerful people only had cyan luck. It could be said that Qin Shujian's current green luck was actually already considered a peak. Of course, the green luck was not too thick and was only a light green. It had not completely transformed. However, he saw a hint of black in the light green providence. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's heart sank. Black luck, a sign of misfortune. However, the misfortune is wrapped in the light green luck. It can only be considered a hidden danger. It hasn't really erupted yet. Before upgrading the bow of heaven and earth, there was no black luck in his luck. However, with the upgrade of the bow of heaven and earth and the piercing cloud arrow, there was an additional sign of misfortune. Logically speaking, after upgrading the Tao artifact, the sect's foundation was rich. Then, as the sect master, he should also be nourished by luck and improve himself. However, the situation in front of him made Qin Shujian silent. It seems that the Imperial Court really doesn't allow forces above 6th grade to appear. Now that the black luck is lurking, it should be because Yuan sect is at the peak of 5th grade. When it really becomes a 6th grade force, this hidden misfortune will really erupt. A 6th grade force was not tolerated by the Imperial Court. Once it became a 6th grade force, it would be a disaster. Then, it was natural for misfortune to lurk. However, from the beginning, Qin Shujian had expected this situation, so he had been restraining himself from using the luck to indirectly improve the sect's luck. Now, in this situation, unless he wanted to fall out with the Imperial Court, Yuan sect was at its end. If he wanted to improve further, unless he broke through to the celestial realm, and not an ordinary celestial realm, he had the confidence to improve the entire sect. But before that, this matter could only be put aside for the time being. In this way, the luck points are really only left with the way to transform into the source of life. Qin Shujian secretly shook his head and looked at the remaining 1,500 luck points in the attribute panel. Immediately. Then, with a thought, more than 1,500 luck points had been consumed. Instead, the column of source of life increased by more than 150 million points. Chapter 426. More than 150 million life sources. Combined with the original life sources, the total number of life sources had just crossed the threshold of 200 million. Just when the life sources broke through to 200 million. The Guyuan ancestral canon also had a plus sign that could be improved. For the current Qin Shujian, he would not let go of any chance to improve his strength. As his thought fell, the 200 million life sources were cleared in an instant. Instead, the Guyuan ancestral canon was directly upgraded to the 32nd level. The 32nd level of the Guyuan ancestral canon, high-grade divine level ancient immortal body level 2, impenetrable level 2, red lotus of purgation level 2. All the characteristics were upgraded by one level on the original basis. But the upgrade of one level made Qin Shujian feel like he had been reborn. His body shook crazily, and his blood flowed like magma in his meridians and flesh. His internal organs, skin, flesh, and bones all received a kind of sublimation at this moment. A terrifying aura spread out in an instant. After a long time, this aura gradually quieted down. True essence, physical body, and all aspects have improved a lot. Is this the case for cultivators after breaking through to the divine martial realm, or is it because of the Guyuan ancestral canon? Qin Shujian felt the strength in his body. In the past, when he cultivated many cultivation methods, the increase in strength was not as great as when he broke through with one cultivation method. Both guesses. He was more inclined to the latter. If every divine martial realm cultivator could bring about such a great increase in strength after breaking through one level, then some divine martial realm cultivators would not be so weak. That's right, weak. Even before breaking through to the divine martial realm, Qin Shujian's strength was enough to look down on most divine martial realm cultivators. In his eyes, the strength of those divine martial realm cultivators was definitely not that strong. After thinking about it, the problem could only be with the Guyuan ancestral canon. This cultivation method had been integrated several times, and involved 20 or 30 martial arts during this period, and had already undergone a transformation. However, if he continued to integrate, Qin Shujian would have to seriously consider it. The Wisdom King Hellfire from the previous stage was very useful to him. The Red Lotus of Purgation that was integrated later, from the recovery token, also had the characteristics of the Wisdom King Hellfire. If he continued to fuse his cultivation techniques, it was possible that the Red Lotus of Purgation would completely disappear. When that time comes, even if a powerful cultivation technique was fused, it might not be better than this one. Qin Shujian didn't think too much about the fusion previously. However, after seeing the changes in the Wise King Hellfire, he didn't dare to act recklessly anymore. Other than that, for the time being, he didn't have any plans to cultivate more techniques. The reason was none other than the fact that he did not have enough life force. With his current realm, it would be difficult for him to increase his strength by much if he practiced other cultivation methods, unless all of them reached the God Martial realm. As for the life source needed to deduce other cultivation methods to the Divine Martial realm, it would definitely be enough to deduce the origin returning ancestral canon. No matter how one looked at it, it was not a good choice to continue to cultivate a few more cultivation techniques. If Qin Shujian had waited until the Gui Yuan ancestral canon reached the grand completion stage of the Divine Martial chapter, he might have considered it. But now, he could forget about it. Subsequently, looking at the remaining 10 million plus life force, Qin Shujian glanced at the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal again. There was a plus sign on it. He wouldn't be too stingy with this martial art that had accompanied him for a long time and had always been an arm of his. In addition, the 10 million plus life force wouldn't be of much use now. Therefore, he might as well directly upgrade the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal from Unity of Heaven and Man to Entering Tao. Entering Tao in martial art. Transcending the mortal world. Qin Shujian only saw the scene in front of him change before quickly returning to normal. Everything about the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal in his mind flashed past one by one and finally turned into a long river flowing and hidden in the depths of his sea of consciousness. As the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal has broken through to Entering Tao, you have comprehended the true meaning of sealing. The true meaning of sealing. After receiving the system's information, Qin Shujian immediately checked his attribute panel. The Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal had disappeared from the martial arts column. In its place, there was an additional true meaning of sealing in the special ability column. Seeing the 4 words true meaning of sealing, Qin Shujian combined it with his own changes and understood in his heart. Although the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal belongs to the seal category, its essence lies in the Tao of sealing. The true meaning of sealing that I have comprehended now is more inclined towards the imprisonment and suppression type. Subsequently, Qin Shujian piled up the remaining life force on the Golden Immortal Spirit-Shattering chant. This divine martial art that he hadn't used much since he learned it had also officially entered the realm of unity of heaven and man. Thereafter, Qin Shujian withdrew his mind from the attribute panel. My true realm has broken through to the second level of the Divine Martial Realm, and the Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal has also been upgraded to Entering Tao. There's also the true meaning of sealing. Now my strength can be considered to have reached the peak of my current level. A smile appeared on his face, but it soon turned cold and stern. His strength had reached the peak. There was no way to improve in the short term. In that case, it was time to put an end to some things. Coming down from the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian was about to summon the other elders for a meeting when he met Test Sword, who had returned to the sect. Sect Master. When he saw Qin Shujian, Test Sword cupped his hands and bowed. His Dharma eye swept past. Test Sword's attributes also appeared in Qin Shujian's sight. 5th level of the spiritual martial realm? In a little more than a year, Test Sword had advanced to another level. Qin Shujian was in a good mood. However, what caught his attention was Test Sword's luck. Yellow luck. Compared to the green luck, the yellow luck was a level lower. However, this kind of luck was not bad. As long as one didn't deliberately seek death, one could basically have a smooth journey. Test Sword had such luck. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, most of it was because of Sky Origin's luck. Of course, Test Sword had to be part of it. But no matter what, the yellow luck was already enough. At a glance, it only took a breath's time. Qin Shujian almost saw Test Sword from top to bottom. However, His expression didn't change much. He only smiled and said, "Elder Test, you came back just in time. I thought you were tied up by something. There was something that delayed me." "What is it?" "I heard that sect master opened the Yuan Pavilion and put a bounty on 53 sects. Test Sword didn't have enough strength to fight against the 53 sects. Therefore, I destroyed one of the 53 sects, Star Elephant Sect, to help the sect." As Test Sword spoke, he took off the storage ring in his hand and handed it over. "This is Star Elephant Sect's treasure trove. Give it to Sect Master." "You destroyed Star Elephant Sect?" Qin Shujian didn't immediately reach out to take the storage ring. Instead, he carefully sized up Test Gen Feng, and a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. He really didn't expect this. The Sword Trial Summit went to destroy the Celestial Elephant Sect. Qin Shujian was very clear about Star Elephant Sect's background. Whiteyong Mansion was a big sect in Jingshui spiritual domain. In terms of strength, it wasn't as strong as Celestial Sect, but it wasn't much weaker. It was also a sect with a deep foundation. But from Test Sword's words, it was obvious that Star Elephant Sect was destroyed. A cultivator of the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. Destroying a big sect in the spiritual domain. Even Qin Shujian couldn't help but be shocked by this news. He suddenly realized that he still underestimated the strength of this elder. Of course, there was also his courage. After taking a deep breath, the smile on Qin Shujian's face faded a little. Looking at the storage ring in the other party's hand, he shook his head and said, "Since the Celestial Elephant Sect was destroyed by Elder 2, then the resources should naturally belong to you. As for whether you want to exchange them for contribution points or keep them for yourself, there's no problem. It's useless for me to have too many resources. Recently, the sect's bounty on the 53 sects should have consumed a lot. Elder Test, don't worry. It's just the heads of the 53 sects. Even if someone really destroyed all of them, our Sky Origin sect can still afford the reward." Qin Shujian shook his head and stopped him. Then, he smiled and said, "Moreover, if you don't use any resources, how can your disciples not use any resources at all? Since you've passed down your mantle, it's best to nurture them properly. Perhaps in the future, our sect will have a few more experts like Elder 2." Hearing that, Test Sword didn't force it. He wasn't someone who liked to talk nonsense. However, Qin Shujian's words reminded him. Test Gen Feng rarely paid attention to the disciples he had accepted before. However, he agreed with the other party's words. If he didn't take them in at the beginning, then it was better to train them. Or else. It didn't make much sense. Thinking of this, Test Sword released Chen Shanxue from his storage ring. As soon as this Dao artifact appeared, it flew in front of Qin Shujian. "Thank you, Sect Master, for lending me the Dao artifact." This time, Chen Shanxue contributed greatly to destroying Star Elephant Sect. "Now, I'll return it to its rightful owner." "Okay." Qin Shujian held Chen Shanxue with one hand. A feeling of good fortune surged into his heart. After all, this Dao artifact was with him the longest. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any feelings for it. After returning Chen Shanxue, Test Sword left. Qin Shujian also took out the scabbard from his storage ring and put Chen Shanxue back into it. Then, he carried it on his back and left the place. In the Chengwu Hall, many elders gathered. Qin Shujian waited for everyone to gather. He didn't talk too much nonsense and said bluntly, "It's been half a month since the Yuan Pavilion issued the reward. Many people have come to submit the task. The 53 sects have also suffered a great loss. However, this isn't enough. This battle must suppress the arrogance of the 53 sects and completely cut off the thoughts of the other sects." So, speaking of this, he paused for a moment, looked at the other elders, and said, 3 days later, our sect will attack the Heavenly Corpse sect with all our strength. At the same time, spread the news that this is a grudge between our sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect. If any force dares to intervene, it will be an enemy of our Yuan sect. If it's an enemy, then we will fight to the death. If you think you can stop our Yuan sect, then come. Otherwise, Star Elephant Sect will end up like you. Chapter 427. Celestial Elephant Sect. Many of the elders were puzzled by his words. Obviously, the news of Celestial Elephant Sect's destruction hadn't spread out yet. However, not everyone didn't receive the news. Xu Yuanming sighed. I heard that Elder Shou brought the blood of 1,000 mountains and destroyed a large sect in Whiteyong Prefecture's Jingshui spiritual domain. It seems like it's true. Elder Shou. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. Although there were many elders in Yuan's sect, there was only one with the surname Shou. As for Celestial Elephant Sect, it was one of the 53 sects that Yuan Pavilion offered a reward for. What they didn't expect was that Celestial Elephant Sect, as a large sect in Spirit Domain, would be destroyed by Shou Jianfeng. From what Xu Yuanming said, and what Qin Shujian said just now, the other elders were sure that this news wasn't fake at all. Thinking of this, many people secretly sucked in a breath of air. Annihilating a great sect of Spirit Realm was a bit shocking. At the side, Xiong Haogan was also extremely shocked. It could be said that, among all the elders and hall masters present, his strength was the highest, with the cultivation of the God Martial Realm. Xiong Haogan always had a lot of confidence in his strength. Although he didn't show it, he had a feeling that he was better than others. After all, seriously speaking, the strength of Yuan sect's elders was generally low. However, even Xiong Haogan himself didn't have the confidence to destroy a large sect in Spirit Domain. The shackles of Spirit Domain was only a small problem. The real reason was that the large sects of Spirit Domain usually had a Dao artifact and a prominent Divine Realm cultivator. The combination of the two was more terrifying than a normal God Martial Realm cultivator. Under such circumstances, it wasn't easy to destroy a large sect in Spirit Domain. After the shock, Xiong Haogan pondered for a while and said, the Heavenly Corpse sect has existed for thousands of years. Including the current sect master, there are 5 sect masters. 3 of them are half-step diviner, and 2 are ascendant diviner. There are many God Martial Realm cultivators, not to mention Spirit Martial Realm cultivators. With our sect's foundation, if we start a war, both sides will suffer. Both sides will suffer. He had already said it very tactfully. If they were to fight directly, he was afraid that Yuan Zhong would not be a match at all. Hearing these words, many people's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, Xiong Haogan's words also made them worried. It had not been easy for Sky Origin sect to reach such a state. It would not be worth it if both sides ended up suffering losses. But now, it was no longer a decision that could be made by just 1 or 2 people. In the end, it was still up to Qin Shujian, the sect leader, to speak. If the other party insisted on starting a war, they could only accompany them to the end. After all, once they were expelled from the sect, 90% of the people present would be beaten back to their original state. Not to mention, they now had a strong sense of belonging to Yuan Zhong. He also had a lot of confidence in Qin Shujian. If the other party insisted on starting a war, they might have some unknown means. After Xiong Haogan finished speaking, Qin Shujian did not become angry. Instead, he calmly said, the Heavenly Corpse sect is indeed not weak. However, Elder Xiong would not underestimate the strength of my sect. Since I dared to declare war against the Heavenly Corpse sect, it means that I have the confidence. As he spoke, he smiled slightly, and then a proud expression appeared on his face. In the end, the Heavenly Corpse sect is just relying on that heavenly being supreme cultivator. If we kill him, the other problems will not be a problem. At this moment, Qin Shujian displayed extreme confidence. When the others heard this, their hearts trembled again. Only Qin Shujian had the right to say that he could kill a heavenly being supreme cultivator. Coupled with his previous achievements, no one thought that this was arrogant. Even Xiong Haogan fell silent. Indeed, Qin Shujian's strength was unfathomable. It was still unknown whether the Heavenly Corpse sect's heavenly being was a match for him. After the other party broke through to the God Martial Realm, even without using array techniques, Xiong Haogan felt that Qin Shujian was unfathomable when he looked at him. This feeling would only arise when he met someone who was much stronger than him. A god martial realm array grandmaster would undoubtedly be able to unleash his true strength. An array master was comparable to a heavenly being. This was not just a saying. The inherited martial hall fell into silence. Qin Shujian continued, 3 days later, everyone above the spirit martial realm, except for the disciples who need to stay behind, will attack the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, the goal is to destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect and completely erase it. Yes. Soon. A piece of news was spread from the Yuan sect. After receiving the news, all the cultivators were stunned for a moment before they reacted. A declaration of war. Compared to the previous Yuan pavilion's bounty, the declaration of war this time was even more thorough. Ever since the bounty was placed on the 53 sects, in the eyes of the other cultivators, the Yuan sect would fight with these sects sooner or later. Especially after the news of the Celestial Elephant sect's destruction spread, these people were even more afraid of the Yuan sect's strength. An elder with a Dao artifact was able to destroy a great sect of spirit realm. Although the Celestial Elephant sect's sect master escaped and did not really kill everyone, it was because he defeated the other party that Fuyi escaped. Such strength. It shocked the other cultivators. At the same time, the Yuan sect's foundation also aroused many people's suspicions. After the Celestial Elephant sect was destroyed, many of the 53 sects were secretly on guard to prevent themselves from following in the footsteps of the Celestial Elephant sect. This was different from a large-scale mobilization of manpower. It was difficult to grasp the specific whereabouts of one person who destroyed a sect. Perhaps in the next moment, the elder who destroyed the Celestial Elephant sect had already appeared in front of their sect. Therefore, when the Celestial Elephant sect was destroyed, causing the situation to become tense, others had a premonition that there would be a war between the two sides. But no one expected it. The Yuan sect did not declare war on other sects, but directly went for the Heavenly Corpse sect. Regarding this method, some people were shocked, but they also had some understanding in their hearts. The Yuan sect is preparing to directly defeat the Heavenly Corpse sect and then destroy the morale of the 53 sects. As long as the Heavenly Corpse sect is destroyed, then the other sects will not have the confidence to compete with the Yuan sect. Qin Shujian's heart is really crazy. That's right. Crazy. When the Yuan sect's declaration of war spread, everyone labeled Qin Shujian's method as crazy in their hearts. It was not arrogance. It was just pure arrogance. And with the other party's identity as an array master and the battle record of killing a demon, it seemed that he really had the qualifications to be arrogant. The Heavenly Corpse sect was strong. However, whether or not he could kill a demon king and contend against a formation grandmaster was still an unknown. After all, the Heavenly Corpse sect had a divinity cultivator overseeing it, and the Yuan sect also had an array master who was not weaker than a divinity cultivator. There seemed to be no difference in the top combat strength of the two sides. As for the top combat strength, the Heavenly Corpse sect had been operating for so many years, so its foundation was naturally unfathomable. Although the Yuan sect's foundation could not be compared, in the past 1 or 2 years, they had also recruited many guests, and their strength was not weak. Putting it out like this for comparison, the gap between the two sides was not that big. The only thing that could really determine the outcome of the battle was the Yuan sect master and the Heavenly Corpse sect master. As long as the battle strength of these two divinity cultivators was not decided, then, even if the sect was at a disadvantage, it would not be considered a true loss. In a dark and damp valley, there was a tall mountain peak surrounded by spirit energy. It was incompatible with the surrounding dark and damp terrain, but it also seemed to be natural. The strong sense of contrast made people feel uncomfortable. This was the Heavenly Corpse sect, the top sect in Southwind Mansion. In a simple and unadorned hall in the Spirit Mountain, a middle-aged man with slightly sunken cheeks and protruding cheekbones sat in the main seat. His slender fingers pinched a letter, and there was a faint smile on his face, giving people a strange feeling. This was the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Lian Gumming. Sect Master, the Yuan sect has sent a letter of challenge, and the news of the challenge has already spread. How should we deal with it? An elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect said with a gloomy face. As soon as he finished speaking, another elder immediately sneered. How do we deal with it? Since he dares to declare war, our sect dares to accept it. How much foundation can a mere newly promoted sect have? The entire Yuan sect is supported by Qin Shujian alone. Without him, Yuan sect is just a force of the spirit domain's great sect. Our Heavenly Corpse sect has stood tall in Southwind Mansion for thousands of years. How can any random sect shake us? Elder Wang is right. How can a mere Yuan sect compare to the thousands of years of foundation of our Heavenly Corpse sect? In these years, our Heavenly Corpse sect has been quiet, and the cultivation world has forgotten our former power. If not, how could Yuan sect dare to open a Yuan pavilion in our territory? Declaring war now is the best. After we destroy Yuan sect, let's see who dares to provoke the Heavenly Corpse sect. Well said. If he wants to fight, we will fight. Look at the news that Yuan sect spread. Is he afraid that we will find help? He is underestimating us too much. A mere newly promoted sect is not worthy of our Heavenly Corpse sect joining forces with other sects to deal with. In the hall, many elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect were proud and disdainful of Yuan sect's letter of challenge. The thousands of years of foundation of the Heavenly Corpse sect gave them a lot of information. In comparison, in the eyes of these people, the current Yuan sect was more like an upstart sect. They only had the name of a top sect, but did not have the foundation of a top sect. Now, they were boundlessly arrogant. If Qin Shujian was not there, the Heavenly Corpse sect could destroy a sect like Yuan sect with a wave of their hand. This confidence, it was accumulated by the Heavenly Corpse sect for thousands of years. Although the Heavenly Corpse sect and other sects had joined forces to resist the Yuan pavilion, they had taken the initiative to stop Yuan sect from spreading. If they were to face Yuan sect alone, the Heavenly Corpse sect would not need to rely on Yuan sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect didn't need to rely on others. It was enough to rely on its own strength. Although the words of the elders did not affect Lian Gumming's mood, the smile on his face became more obvious. In his heart, he did not think highly of Yuan sect. While he was thinking, his slender fingers opened the letter and took out a piece of light green folded paper. Chapter 428. When the paper was unfolded, the word battle appeared on it. In the next second, the spiritual paper shattered and a person appeared in the hall. The sudden change shocked the elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Only Lian Gumming remained calm. Spiritual God incarnation? Sensing the pure young aura, the elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect quickly recovered from their shock. Who are you? Looking at the spiritual God incarnation that looked no different from an ordinary person, one of the elders was shocked and immediately asked. However, as he spoke, there was not the slightest response. Spiritual God incarnation on paper. That's an extraordinary technique. Lian Gumming, who was sitting on the main seat, slowly spoke with a faint smile. You must be the master of the Origin sect. Hearing that, many people's eyes flickered as they looked at the person who suddenly appeared. They already knew who he was. The master of the Origin sect, Qin Shujian. At this moment, Qin Shujian was also calm as he stood in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He ignored the elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect and looked directly at Lian Gumming. I heard that the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect has reached the heavenly realm. Today, I see that you are indeed extraordinary. I heard that you have just broken through to the divine martial realm, but you are already able to create a spiritual God incarnation. It seems that the rumors about you entering the divine martial realm with a spiritual God incarnation are true. Lian Gumming's face was calm, but his eyes flashed with a strange light. It was easy to create a spiritual God incarnation. As long as one broke through to the divine martial realm, they could do it. However, the spiritual God incarnation couldn't be too far away from the main body. To be able to create a spiritual God incarnation like Qin Shujian, one had to be able to create a spiritual God incarnation from a prefecture away. Moreover, The spiritual god incarnation was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. If it was a cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm, it wouldn't be strange. However, if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the divine martial realm, it was extraordinary. However, what really caught Lian Gumming's attention was the rumor that the spiritual god incarnation had broken through to the divine martial realm. A spiritual god incarnation. Thinking of this, Lian Gumming's eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. Qin Shujian said, "I've killed demon kings and fought against evil devils at their peak. But I've never really seen a celestial being supreme cultivator of the human race." While speaking, he slowly walked forward, approaching Lian Gumming step by step. "Today, I came here to issue a challenge, and also to see if the strength of the Heavenly Corpse sect master is as unfathomable as the rumors say." He finished his sentence. Qin Shujian's body had already become illusory. When he took the last step, his entire body suddenly dissipated. The spirit god force turned into a seal and attacked Lian Gumming. Buzz, Lian Gumming sat still as invisible energy spread out from his body. In the next instant, the seal struck the Gang Chi. The two collided without a sound. Just as it was about to spread out, Lian Gumming waved his hand and a gentle breeze blew over, extinguishing all the fluctuations that were about to erupt. "His strength is not bad." Lian Gumming retracted his hand and his tone was a little colder. In the previous exchange, he couldn't see the depth of his strength. But he was basically sure that Qin Shujian's strength was not as simple as just entering the god martial realm. Especially the seal at the end, it vaguely contained something different. Thinking of this, Lian Gumming muttered to himself, "I'll accept this challenge. In 2 days, I'll see if your means are worthy of declaring war on me." Sect Master, the Heavenly Corpse sect's elder, looked at Qin Shujian, who had disappeared without a trace, and recalled the scene just now. He wanted to say something, but Lian Gumming waved his hand to stop him. "No need to make a fuss. Qin Shujian is as arrogant as the rumors say. He dares to use the spirit god incarnation to issue a challenge. The loss of this spirit god will most likely injure him." Hearing this, Lian Gumming didn't comment and said lightly, "Pass down the order to prepare for war. In 2 days, our sect will officially fight Origin sect. Should we send a message to the other sects?" Although it was said that they didn't put Origin sect in their eyes, when the battle was really about to start, there were still some elders who raised questions. If many sects joined forces, it would be safer. Even if it seemed that the Heavenly Corpse sect had a high chance of winning, it wasn't a 100% thing. Lian Gumming said, "Origin sect challenged our Heavenly Corpse sect. If we invite others, wouldn't it mean that our sect is inferior to others?" His cold tone made the other elders' faces turn solemn. But soon, he changed the topic and said, "But if our sect and Origin sect fight, we can invite other sects to come and watch. It'll raise our sect's prestige." Sect Master is right. The rest of the elders nodded in agreement. Regarding the meaning of Lian Gumming's words, these people only needed to think for a moment to understand the key points. Such an approach, compared to the previous proposal, no matter how one looked at it, it was much better. Subsequently, the news of the preparation for war spread and the atmosphere of the Heavenly Corpse sect suddenly became solemn. Starting a war with a top sect was an extremely cautious thing. Just as the Heavenly Corpse sect was preparing for war, the news that the two sides were about to start a war also spread throughout the cultivation world. Heavenly Array sect. After Mu Liang received the news, he immediately went to find Fang Xinglan. Origin sect has declared war on the Heavenly Corpse sect. When he saw Fang Xinglan, Mu Liang was the first to speak. It was a simple sentence, but one could feel the bloodshed that was going on inside. Fang Xinglan was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, his face turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" Qin Shujian personally issued a letter of challenge. Now in the cultivation world, the news that the two sects are about to start a war has spread like wildfire. A declaration of war. Hearing this news, Fang Xinglan's heart also froze. It was related to two top sects. This was not a small matter. Previously, both sides could be considered to have declared war to a certain extent, but not to this extent. In particular, Origin's sect actually declared war on the Heavenly Corpse sect, which surprised him even more. Picking the hardest bone to chew, this showed Qin Shujian's absolute confidence. Thinking of this, Fang Xinglan sighed and said, after all, he is a reincarnated powerhouse. Even if he has lived a second life, he is still proud and arrogant. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect is not a simple figure. This time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end well. Martial uncle, what should we do? Wait. Fang Xinglan only replied with one word. Whether it was the Heavenly Corpse sect or Origin sect, they could not be easily offended. It was not that the Heavenly Array sect was weak, but all the top sects rarely had any disputes. The reason was that the top sects all had the battle strength of a diviner. It was easy to annihilate a sect, but to completely kill a celestial being was an extremely difficult matter. No one wanted to be stared at by a diviner every day. If it really came to a point where the other party gave up his face and focused on killing the disciples below, even the top sects would not be able to stand it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a diviner powerhouse or a force with a diviner overseeing it would not easily incur a grudge with an existence of the same level. It would be fine if they were alone. However, who had lived for more than 1,000 years without a sect or a few friends and disciples? If it really came to a point where the fish dies and the net splits, no one would end up well. Therefore, a direct declaration of war against the Heavenly Array sect like Origin sect was an extremely rare case. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, no force would easily intervene. After all, no matter which side lost, the sect that made a move would always be hated by others. If Origin's sect won, then all the sects that made a move would be unlucky. However, if Origin's sect lost or was even destroyed, it would be a nightmare for the other sects. No one wanted to wake up and find that their sect was already covered by a master-level formation. When that time came, the destruction of the sect would only take an instant. It was still fine now. Qin Shujian was restrained by the sect and did not dare to act so unscrupulously. However, when Origin's sect was really gone, the other party would definitely go crazy. Unless the Heavenly Corpse sect had the means to surround and kill this array master. Otherwise, no one would dare to intervene. Compared to dealing with Origin sect, this was two completely different things. Mu Liang also understood Fang Xinglan's concerns and did not ask too much on this issue. He changed the topic and said, Lian Gumming sent someone to invite our sect to watch the battle. Who do you think is more suitable to send? Just send someone else. Fang Xinglan waved his hand and said calmly, as the sect master, you can make your own decisions on these matters. I only wish to pass my old age peacefully and don't wish to be involved in other matters. What are you saying, martial uncle? You are still very young in the god martial arts realm. You can expect to break through to the diviner realm in the future. How can you be in your old age? It's easier said than done to become a diviner. Fang Xinglan shook his head helplessly. If it was really so easy to break through to the diviner realm, there would not be so many experts of the Heavenly Array sect who were stuck at the last step. In the end, they had no choice but to turn their heads to study formations and possess a different kind of diviner combat power. No matter what, it was still because of the difficulty of breaking through. In order to maintain the status of a top sect, they turned to study formations. If they could break through to the diviner realm, who would not want to do it openly? When he really reached the last step, Fang Xinglan discovered the sorrow of this realm. The difference of half a step. It was the difference between heaven and earth. The lifespan of the god martial arts realm was limited to 3,000 years. Even if they had some means, there were few who could break this limit. Once they broke through to the diviner realm, their lifespan would start at least 5,000 years. Just this increase alone was enough to make the diviner realm completely different from cultivators below the diviner realm. They talked about the first problem. Fang Xinglan's mood was not very good. He did not want to continue talking and directly waved his hand to send Mu Liang away. Seeing this, Mu Liang did not say anything more. Although he was the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect, there were many things he still had to ask this martial uncle. This was because the other party was the stabilizing force of the Heavenly Array sect. As long as Fang Xinglan was still around, the Heavenly Array sect would have no worries. His position as the sect master would be more secure. Chapter 429. On this day, the Origin sect was mobilized. The portal in Cold Mountain City was opened. A large number of cultivators above the spirit martial realm stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. The news of the war between the two top sects was no longer a secret. Southwind Mansion. After Lian Gumming announced the war, the entire Heavenly Corpse sect was under martial law. The Heavenly Corpse sect was under martial law. It also indirectly caused the cultivation world of Southwind Prefecture to have an air of desolation. No matter what. The Heavenly Corpse sect was also one of the top sects in Southwind Mansion. Their every move could affect many things. Just like how the Origin sect's businesses were all over the Great Jiao 13 mansions. The Heavenly Corpse sect's businesses were also all over the place. After the war was declared, whether it was the Heavenly Corpse sect or the Origin sect's businesses, they were all attacked in different places. There was friction between them. However, there was something that was really worthy of others' attention. It wasn't about the friction between the two sects, but the upcoming war. Sect Master, there's news that the Origin sect has sent many cultivators to Southwind Mansion. An elder in the Heavenly Corpse sect reported. The Origin sect's every move was being watched by them. The Heavenly Corpse sect also had spies in Baiyun Mansion. Lian Gumming's expression was normal as he said calmly, I already know about this. Has Qin Shujian made any moves? We haven't found any traces of Qin Shujian yet, but he will definitely come. Millimeter, tell the sect to be on guard and prepare for war. Yes. Lian Gumming waved his hand and dismissed the elder. Only then did a cold expression appear on his face. In the main hall, a cold killing intent quietly spread. Since you dare to come, I'll make sure you don't return. It was fine if they didn't start a war. Once the war started, it would be an endless hatred. The Origin sect taking the lead to attack the Heavenly Corpse sect was a good thing in Lian Gumming's eyes. No matter what, Southwind Mansion was still the Heavenly Corpse sect's territory. Since the other party dared to cross the mansion, they were already weaker. He was already prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Qin Shujian in one fell swoop. Or else, if the Origin sect was destroyed, it would be a huge problem if there was an array master keeping an eye on it. Meanwhile, many sects received the Heavenly Corpse sect's invitation and sent people to the Southern Wind Mansion to watch the battle. However, some sects that didn't receive an invitation also sent people over. The battle between the top sects would inevitably involve the existence of the celestial being level. Naturally, no one would easily miss this opportunity. The teleportation gates of the various cities flashed repeatedly, and a large number of powerhouses emerged from them. As a cultivator of the spirit martial realm, they could use the teleportation gate one after another for a short period of time. However, it would take a certain amount of time to reach the Southwind Mansion. The next day, within Nanfeng Manor, within a great city, a teleportation gate flashed and over 1,000 cultivators walked out from it. Formidable auras spread out, causing the others to feel fearful. The pupils of some people shrank when they saw the clothes of those people. After which, they quietly turned around and left. However, there were also people who cried out in surprise. This attire! The people from Yuan sect are here. Wang. The two simple words, Yuan Zong, caused one's mind to freeze. Very soon, the news of Yuan Zong arriving at Nanfeng Estate spread out like the wind. People walked out of the teleportation gate one after another and left the city. Outside the city, powerhouses gathered. Zhong Tianyu said in a low voice, Sect Master, what should we do now? Head directly to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Qin Shujian had his hands behind his back as he looked towards a place that couldn't be seen. There was a yellow cloud chelene in the sky. However, in terms of karmic luck, it was slightly inferior to Yuan Zong. That was the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect. As soon as he finished speaking, He took the lead and used his divine will to soar into the sky. With a single step, he entered the void above the 9 heavens. Most of the others from Yuan's sect flew into the sky as well. As for the remaining spirit gods who couldn't fly, they were more or less able to fly when their true essence erupted. The only difference was that they weren't high enough and couldn't stay in the sky forever. However, in terms of speed, there wasn't much of a difference. Thousands upon thousands of streams of light shot through the sky, as if there were shooting stars flying by in broad daylight, attracting the gazes of many people. It was naturally difficult for the ordinary people to see the appearance of the streaks of light. However, for powerful cultivators, they could clearly see that the so-called streaks of light were actually powerful cultivators. However, under the eruption of true essence and extreme speed, it gave people the illusion that they had turned into streaks of light. Thousands of cultivators at or above the spirit martial realm stepped into the sky, and their power spread out in a mighty manner. There were so many powerhouses. It was enough to cause quite a commotion. Inside the Heavenly Corpse sect, after Yuan Zhong's powerhouses arrived at the Southern Hill Estate, they immediately received the news. More than 1,000 spirit martial realm cultivators? Lian Gumming sneered. He wasn't too affected by this news. The Heavenly Corpse sect had thousands of years of foundation, and it wasn't as simple as having more than 1,000 spirit martial realm cultivators. However, knowing that the Heavenly Corpse sect had such a foundation, they still dared to be so arrogant. They definitely had some unknown trump cards. Have all the people from the various branches arrived? More than half of the cultivators above the spirit martial realm from the various branches have arrived. They are now within the main sect's territory. Then let's prepare for battle. Lian Gumming's expression was indifferent. Since the other party had arrived, the Heavenly Corpse sect would welcome them. Just like the other sects. When a sect grew to a certain extent, it would open up a branch to expand its foundation. As the elder retreated, Lian Gumming closed his eyes and rested in the main hall. It was as if his mind had already wandered off. After a long time, an ominous warning descended from the sky. Lian Gumming suddenly opened his eyes. A faint cold light burst out, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a ferocious and cruel smile. They're here. The heavenly warning. In just a moment, he already understood that the people from Yuan Zhong had arrived. Or rather, Qin Shujian had arrived. On the other side, as the sect leader of Yuan Zhong, you have stepped into the territory of others without permission. You have now been discovered by the Heavenly Corpse sect. If you don't withdraw in time, it will trigger a war between the two forces. Attention! The Heavenly Corpse sect is extremely powerful. 3 system messages popped up. Qin Shujian simply glanced at them and directly ignored them. He had once thought that this restriction would firmly trap him in the boundary of Mount Liang, and it would be difficult for him to leave. But now, Qin Shujian realized that this setting was only for the weak. What about not being able to step into the territory of others without permission? That was only because one was not strong enough. As long as one was strong enough, even if one were to spread it around the territory of others every day, no one would dare to say anything. Therefore, for a long time, Qin Shujian ignored this message. As the sect leader of Yuan Zhong, no one in Beiyun Mansion dared to easily intercept him. Even if they knew that he had stepped into their territory, they would turn a blind eye. However, now that there was a system message, the Heavenly Corpse sect must have received the heavenly warning. Roar! Roar! A silent roar erupted. When Qin Shujian looked over, the luck of all the people from Yuan Zhong gathered together and turned into a yellow cloud Qilin. It stood in the air and roared furiously. As for where the Heavenly Corpse sect was, there was also a Qilin formed by luck. The 2 yellow cloud Qilins roared at each other, as if they would fight at any time. But for some reason, although the 2 were angry, they were only facing each other from a distance and did not fight. The battle between the sects is a competition of strength and a competition of luck. It's normal for the 2 sects to fight to the death. Let's wait and see. This time, Yuan Zhong only sent out a few people. They might not be a match for the Heavenly Corpse sect. Yuan Zhong has only been established for 3 years. This is probably half of the sect's foundation. Qin Shujian is really too arrogant this time. He declared war on the Heavenly Corpse sect so easily. Let's wait and see. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.